My webcam has frozen again. Wonderful. Where's it? No, that's not it. Well, that's no help. There I am. Hello, me. Alright. What's going on? My chat bar has disappeared? My stream information has disappeared? Where are they all? Well, this won't do at all, will it? Alright. Monitor this from Twitch until I figure out what's going on, I guess. Hello, I am Scruffy Matt. This is Scruffy's Retro Corner, and my face is up here, not down there. So, once again, playing the Ace Attorney trilogy. We're up to episode 3 of the third game in the series, Trials and Tribulations. And yeah, after the previous one, I'm quite keen to see how this one goes. Hello, Chet the Bringer of Death. Hello, Dom McLean. Good to see you both again. Dom says this isn't a bad one, but is kind of a filler episode. 4 and 5 really crank up the excitement. Okay, I wasn't aware there was even a fifth episode to this one. Well, let's get into it and see what happens. Oh, we're starting a new episode, aren't we? So. Now, what's up with Maya the waitress? That's enough! This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts. It wasn't me! I swear it wasn't! The evidence and testimony we have seen and heard are conclusive. The victim was alone at his table when he drank from that poisoned cup of coffee. No, you're wrong! I know what I saw! I saw... I saw someone else there! A man! He's the real killer! Wait. Why does that spiky hair look familiar? There is some fun with this, though. Okay, well, let's see how it's going. Why won't anyone believe me? Well, I'd say that pretty much wraps this case up, wouldn't you, Mr. Wright? This court finds the defendant guilty. This court is adjourned. Game over. Well, that was quick. January 6th, 10:03 a.m., Wright & Co. Law Offices. Ah! The start of the new year always makes me feel like I can take on the whole world. I bet it does, Maya. So, I've decided that our resolution should be Zabari! Take on the world! What do you think? Sure, whatever, Maya. I think maybe you've had more than enough mistletoe cake. Never! You gotta eat a lot of cake during New Year's. It's practically a tradition. Like watching the fireworks on TV or playing a board game. Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe? Happy New Year, Detective! Likewise. Now listen up, Wright. I wanna... Here's to another fruitful year of lawyer-police cooperation. Yeah, me too. Alright, pal. You've got some explaining to... Have you... Mistletoe can be deadly if you eat it, but a kiss can be even deadlier if you mean it. Have you got a holiday present for me, Detective? A what? Well, here, have this. It's really nothing much, but... Yay, thanks! Look, pal, we need to have a talk. Take a seat. Hey, what about Pearlie? You haven't forgotten her present, have you? No. I mean, yes. I mean, no. Are you doing this on purpose? Well, of course I knew where you were going with that. I'm a major comic book movie nerd. Haha, guess I'm busted. How did you like my first practical joke of the year? Very funny, pal. Now let's see how funny you think it is when I show you this. What is it? A magazine? Hey, I want to see. Deadly poisoning brings guilty verdict. Defense attorney Wright trounced. Trounced? Let me see that. The defense attorney gave an almost childishly amateur performance yesterday. What the heck is this? It's a report, pal, about you. Listen to this. Mr. Wright must take full responsibility for the ruling in this case. Well, don't tell me you don't remember anything about it. But I don't remember anything about it. When was that issue from, anyway? December of last year, which I guess makes it last month. Which makes it old news, you mean? But I wasn't involved in a poisoning case in December. So what do you think this is all about, Nick? If it wasn't you, pal, then that leaves only one possibility. An evil twin? No way. You don't mean... A phony Nick? This must be Gumshoe's idea of a joke. Guess he's starting off the year with one, too. Magazine clipping added to the court record. An article from December 5th says I was trounced and my client was found guilty. So, what are you gonna do about it, pal? What do you mean, what am I going to do about it? Well, it's your fault that the judge found the defendant guilty in this case. My fault? How do you figure that? Because the Phoenix Wright is super famous now. Well, maybe only sort of. Yeah, see what happens when you hotshots start getting too full of yourselves? But I didn't do anything wrong. At least not that I can remember. You better make this right, pal. Now! And that means taking the case back to court. Got it? Sounds like we got our first case of the new year. Let's tackle it with gusto. I don't know, the judge already issued a guilty verdict once in this case. It's not going to be easy to get it overturned. I guess that New Year's resolution is going to have to wait until next year. So you're taking the case, right? Good. I'm gonna head over to the courthouse then. After that, I'll go back to the precinct. Drop by if you need something, okay, pal? What is going on? Oh, you're seeing Superman tomorrow, both of you? I saw it yesterday. It was fantastic. I really enjoyed it. I guess people are starting to know the name Phoenix Wright. If a client entrusted a case to me based on my reputation, I guess I am kind of responsible. But why would someone want to impersonate me? What sort of a guy would do that? I wonder if it's this Godot character. He does seem to have a grudge against me. Well, Maya, what do? So, what's our first move? I guess we go down to the detention center and talk. Wait a sec, Nick. This person's behind bars because of you. Whoever it is isn't going to be jumping at the chance to meet you, right? Hey, let's get one thing straight. It wasn't me. It was a fake me that did this. I wonder if he looked exactly like you. Your phony, Zen Eop. I mean... Oh, I see Phoenix in reverse. I hope not. Ugh. What kind of name for an evil double is Zen Eop, anyway? Ah, Nick, I got it! If you're going to ask whether I got a twin brother, the answer is no. Spoil sport. Well, could it be a clone or a multiverse thing? Did you notice Gumshoe was acting weirder than usual, or was it just me? What do you mean? I mean, he was really worked up. Like a guy who's just found out he's going to be a dad or something. Yeah, I guess he was acting kind of strange. Maybe he realized he's got strong feelings for you, Nick. And the Gumshoe Phoenix shippers in the audience go wild. Considering how we interact, I seriously doubt that, Maya. Well, if he wasn't nervous because of you, then maybe it's because of our new guilty client. I think that's pretty obvious. He seems personally invested in the case. Alright, where are we going? Should I go to the Criminal Affairs Department first, or the Detention Center? Well, I suppose the Detention Center. She is close. No spoilers. Interesting. Yeah, maybe we'll go to the Detention Center first. See if this guy even wants us representing him. January 6th, Detention Center, Visitors Room. This is so nerve-wracking, waiting to meet our new client. I wonder just what kind of person you tricked and got found guilty. Keep it down, Maya. That kind of talk could ruin me. Ah! How could you, Mr. Wright? How could you do this to me? Oh, hang on. Isn't that the cop from the first episode of the second game? The one who was accused of killing her boyfriend? They put me in solitary. Oh, it is. So I see she's a waitress now. They put me in solitary. I haven't been able to stop crying. Aren't you? Yes, I am. I am totally and utterly let down. Are you? Don't pretend you don't know me. It's me, Maggie, remember? Maggie Bird. Maggie Bird. Maggie Bird. She's the police woman I defended that one time. How is it that all these people we represent keep on getting accused of murdering different people? Maya, her... I wouldn't be surprised if Larry ends up as one of our defendants again. She was accused of murdering her lover. He was a cop too. What are you doing in here? Didn't I get you acquitted? Oh, sure. Very funny. After that fifth-rate defense job, you come in here and start making jokes? You better hurry up and tell me what happened, Nick. Oh, I see. So that's where we stand right now. I'm sorry you've been caught up in another murder. My whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. Yeah, I do seem to recall her saying something about having bad luck in the previous trial. Yeah, thank you, Phoenix. But I don't mind. What's one more disaster in my life? At least now the real Mr. Wright is here with me. I won't let the world keep me down, sir. So, how come you dressed like that, Maggie? Last year you looked so sharp in that police uniform. I was fired after that incident last year. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. I don't mind one bit. I enjoyed being on the force, but I think it was time for me to move on. So, what do you do now? In the second act of The Life of Maggie Bird, I'm playing the role of a waitress. A waitress? Yes, in a French restaurant. It's a small place, but it's quite fashionable. My charming smile and shapely figure came through for me. And the owner, Mr. Armstrong, hired me straight away, sir. And then you got into this mess straight away, right? Yeah, you could put it that way. This whole mess started on the 3rd of last month. And it happened at Tribulations. Tribulations? Yes, it's a restaurant where good service and a friendly smile are always included. Oh. There were two men at the table, both drinking coffee. Seriously, why does this guy look like Phoenix? I don't like where this is going. And then... one of the men slipped some poison into the victim's cup. The victim took just one sip and was gasping for air. I was so shocked I passed out. Hey, hold on there, Maggie. What? You keep calling the guy the victim. Didn't you know the guy who was killed? Not at all. I'd never even seen the guy before. Oh. So she wouldn't have had a motive to kill him then, I guess. And the other man, the killer, you saw him, right? Of course. A good waitress must be attentive to the clientele. So you saw the killer, but you were found guilty of the crime anyway? How come? You tell me, Mr. Wright. I guess the answer to my question is my phony. Anyway, she saw the killer. Better see if I can get a description of the guy. So, if you saw the murderer, why were you still convicted? Because no one else saw. So what? The other man, the one who put the poison in the victim's coffee. Everyone testified that way. Mr. Armstrong, the customer, everyone. The victim was sitting alone at his table the whole time. Hang on. The customer. The customer was dead. How could he testify that there wasn't anyone there? Oh, do they mean the other customers? Or other customer? Maybe... whatever. The victim was sitting alone at his table the whole time. But how's that possible? I don't know. But nobody, not one person, would believe me, sir. Even Phoenix Wright, my one last hope for a fair trial, failed me. What a pathetic defense! My granny could have done a better job. Look, that wasn't me, okay? And then, they found something a bit incriminating in my apron pocket. What? A small bottle of poison. What? Poison? It was in your pocket? Well, I passed out when the victim collapsed. The killer must have slipped the poison into my pocket when I was unconscious. And no one else saw this other guy? No, sir. That's what everyone said. But I don't see how they could have missed him. The other guy. Good song. The other guy won't be around to talk to our kids. He won't understand when you're down the way that I did. I was the one who took the coffee to the two men. Now, why does this guy have a Ginyu voice for Scanner? Uh-oh? And what was your impression of them? Well, when I first saw them, I kind of thought they might be in the music industry. In music? How come? Well, one of them had some sort of earpiece and an emo musician's look about him. And there was a sample CD on the table, sir. An earpiece and a sample CD, huh? Did you get a look at the CD at all? It had a band's name written on it. I think it was MC something. They must have been preparing for their debut, I guess. Well, since this game came out in the early 2000s, I guess it wasn't MC Hammer. So it was a band CD. Maybe a promo disc. Maybe it was MC Screwdriver. Get serious, Maya. Would you buy the CD of a group named that? Yeah. What was the name of that group again? MC Hacksaw? No, MC... What about the killer? What did he look like? Well, I don't really remember. Only that he was a young man. Well built, like the victim, really. Oh yeah, I need to ask you about this. Hey, this article's about my case. Can you tell me anything about the guy who was pretending to be me? Yes, sir. It was the morning after I'd been arrested. I met you in the visitor's room here. You were wearing one of your super sharp suits. Try saying that 10 times fast. Me? Well, yes, you, Mr. Wright. Hey, Maggie. Was my evil double I am here, too? No, I don't remember if only you, Maya. Oh. It would have been so cool. Then you got really worked up and passionate. I'm gonna get you cleared of this crime, you said. Interesting. New Yorker accent. Or possibly Italian. I'm gonna get you cleared of this crime. Okay, I get the picture. But you've met me in person before. So how come you didn't realize that guy wasn't the real me? I guess, looking back now, it was a little strange. Only a little? Well, okay, so you were a bit taller than normal. And you looked a bit shady. And your voice was a bit weird. Oh, and you had this kind of funny accent. And so the guy was nothing like me then. But he had your spiky hair and blue suit. I get the feeling that this spiky-haired phony is the actual killer. Is that all it takes for someone to imitate me? How about everyone else in the courtroom, like the judge and the observers? Didn't they realize he was an imposter? Everyone had these big question marks on their faces, but it seemed that no one wanted to say anything, sir. This case just keeps getting weirder and weirder. Mr. Wright, do you think it's possible to get a retrial? This court couldn't tell their ass from their elbow, so... Yeah, you know what? That's fair, Chad. Especially the judge, but... yeah. Probably. The court ruled in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. So we should be able to get a retrial. Mr. Wright? Do you think we'll win next time? Sir? My life has been a full-course meal of bad luck, complete with defeat for dessert. Since I was 6 months old, when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building. I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods, failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster. I even landed a phony lawyer when I had the misfortune of being accused of murder. But I will survive, because Maggie Bird always lives to fight another day. And one day I'll find it. Just you wait and see, sir. What's she gonna find? The Rainbow Connection? I'll find that one single moment of good luck. Could be the Rainbow Connection. Zin Eop is really gonna pay for this. What are you staring at me like that for? But Maya's right. Whoever it is that thought it was a good idea to use my name and get an innocent girl convicted of murder had better watch out. We'll find him, don't you worry. We'll get Zin Eop for you. Thank you. Oh, I'll tell you where Tribulations is then. Right, the restaurant where the murder took place. Yes, sir. When you go, please tell Mr. Armstrong I said hi. Sure. Alright, Nick, let's go check out this restaurant and its food. Of course Maya wants to check out the food. Oops. Oh. We're gonna have to go through all that again. No. That's the button I meant. Thanks for your help last year. Aw, it was nothing. I'm glad we got you off the hook. I hope you can help me out this year too. Yeah, me too. It'd be sweet if we could get that verdict overturned. I don't expect you would know anything about Mia. But let's be thorough. I know I used to be on the police force, sir, but I'm incarcerated now, so I can't use my connections to help you. All I can tell you about now is info about ex-cons or the clientele of the Tribulations, sir. Aw, don't let it get you down, Maggie. Well, if Payne was the prosecutor, I don't expect you'd know anything about this dude. Oh, Detective Gumshoe. He really looked out for me when I was on the force. That's right. He was something of a mentor to her, wasn't he? No wonder he's so worked up about this one. Have you seen him recently? No, he's never been to the restaurant. I guess he's not a fan of French cuisine, huh? He's an instant noodle type of guy after all. Probably can't afford French cuisine, to be honest. Yeah, he prefers the simple things in life. Or he's just simply too poor to afford anything else. Waitress at Tribulations was found guilty of murder thanks to the phony me. No matter what happens, I never let things get me down. You're always so positive, aren't you, Maggie? Macho Maggie bird, they say. The early bird catches the worm. A bird in the hand. Wow, all those phrases are named after you? And I never turn my back on anything. You're always so strong, aren't you, Maggie? Macho Maggie bird, they say. I'm a tough old bird. Tough old bird, Nick. Do you get it? Yeah, I get it. Alright. Should we go talk to Gumshoe, maybe? Brings up a point. Did Go know it was an imposter, or at least that something was off? Well, from what we saw in the opening, it was Winston Payne who was the prosecutor, so Godot probably wasn't involved at all. And Winston Payne is not that clever. I don't think he would have even noticed. It's been ages since we came down to the precinct, huh, Nick? Looks like Gumshoe isn't around. He's got it so easy, leaving everyone else to do the work. No, he's out there somewhere. My bet is on the courthouse. He's probably trying to arrange a retrial of this case. Guess that means we should go to the detention center and chat with our killer, huh? After being convicted without a fair trial, I'm not sure killer is the right label. Do we need to have a look around here? I guess we should. These are the detectives' desks. There are computers and files on each one. Funny, they're a lot tidier than I expected. I guess the detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks. Alright, what's this idiot working on this time? That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Don't die running a red light. Die the old-fashioned way of old age. We have a winner! Inject a bit of humor, that's the key. He must be coming up with slogans for a safety campaign, I guess. This must be the chief of detectives here. He's glued to his computer screen. What? Master Mask turned up at the bank? What's he doing? Hands up, you scalawags. You're under arrest. Hey, that's our job. Looks like Rondolites opted for a new career. Quit surfing the net, Chief. Sorry, I was just, things feel pretty tense in here. Looks like, the Blue Badger has a girlfriend. Hey, that's the police mascot, isn't it? It's so cute. That's the Blue Badger. It was my idea. I made it, and now it's a national symbol of the police force. So, what's with the pink one? It's new, right? She's not an it, Nick. She's a she, right, Chief? Yep. Meet the Pink Badger. So, one's called Blue and the other's called Pink? But they're both called Badger? You got it. They're married. Mr. and Mrs. Badger seem to be cuffed together, Chief. Feels kind of like, the Chief, I feel like the Chief is doing like this. Now kiss. Ah, dear. You got it. That's marriage for you. Wow, a mascot that's deeper than the deepest of deep oceans. Oh, that's Phoenix's voice. Whoa, a mascot that's deeper than the deepest of deep oceans. Honestly, if people think marriage is so terrible, then why go through with it? You know, I've been married for a year now, and I haven't found it that different than before we got married, except that I now live in a different country. Most people, that's not the case for, though. As is special circumstances. A poster of a female police officer. Wait, no, that's the latest Babes in Uniform calendar. My bad. Now, I don't like this that you can only go to certain locations from certain locations. Why can't you go to the French restaurant from the Criminal Affairs Department or the lawyer office? Why do we have to come all the way back here just to go to the French restaurant? Seems silly. January 6th, Tribulations. Now, why is this still roped off? It's been like a month since the murder. Wow, look at this place. Look, more like smell. What is with the suffocating scent of flowers in here? And then again, girls like that kind of thing, right? Actually, I'm not at all into it. No one's coming to see this. Maybe there's no one here. Don't be silly, Maya. This is a restaurant. It's open for business. Hello? Anyone here? I don't believe it. There really isn't anyone here. Perfect. Let's get intrusive. If there's no one here, we can take anything we want. Yeah, I suppose we can. We should at least have a look around. It's a restaurant's front entrance. There's a sign hanging on the door written in French. It probably says open or closed. Yeah, it must be one or the other, but I don't know which, since I don't know jock about French. I like that. Look at all the little trinkets tucked away in here. Bet Mr. Armstrong collected all of these personally. Let's see. Bouquet of flowers, some potpourri, and look, fine bone china cups. I never knew you were so cultured. Oh, come on, Maya. This is common knowledge. Any Joe Schmo knows this much. It's a rack full of fashion magazines, and they're all in French. Why don't you try wearing something a bit more chic sometime, huh, Maya? Yeah, I guess I could. I'm always in my acolyte clothes, aren't I? It'd be fun to wear normal clothes every now and then. There's something stuffed in behind the rack. Looks like a sports paper to me. Hey, look at this. Someone scribbled a little doodle on one of the pages. MC Bomber. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros. Also, I'm more concerned about what this is here in the corner. $100,000, maybe? I wonder what MC Bomber is supposed to be. Well, I assume that it is the name of the band. Ah, this paper. It's from December 3rd. This paper's from the day of the poisoning. What? Sports paper added to the court record. Dates from December 3rd, the day of the incident. Found at Tribulations. Paper from the day of the murder. This has got to be a clue. I should see if I can find out some more about this paper. Let's have a look. Now, this here. Do we think this is supposed to be Mask to Mask? A doodle of in the corner? I wonder if we're going to be seeing Ron again. And we got MC Bomber, I assume. Maybe they were trying to find a logo or a design. And we got 100,000 over here crossed out, but then we got 500,000 crossed out over here. There. We found that sports paper behind this magazine rack earlier. I'd better try to find out everything I can about it. Look, it's one of those magical boxes that spits out money. You know, you're the only person who would ever describe a cash register in that way. Alright. This must be the table where the murder occurred. I guess so, with all this police tape all around it. Seriously, it's been a month. Why is this still closed off? And that stain must be from the poisoned coffee. Don't go licking the tablecloth, okay, Maya? Why would I lick it? I'm not a cat, you know. And why can I picture you doing just that? Fair question. This restaurant has partitions that separate the tables. When you're seated at a table, you can only see the tables to your right or left. I like the music here. This feels like something you'd hear in a Lemmings game. And, we have our first chatbot of the day. Well, you know what we do to get chatbots here. Block. And report for spam. Because spam bot. And banned. Zero tolerance. That's my policy for spam bots. What do we got here? Wow, it's a beautiful winter wonderland out there. Really? Cool, I love snow. Let me see. Huh? It's not white. It's not even snowing. Got you. I was only kidding, Maya. Nick! There are lies that are okay to tell and lies that definitely aren't. All I did was tell an itty-bitty white lie about non-existent white snow. This table's set nicely. It just needs a customer. What do you think this flower is, Nick? Let's see. Well, it doesn't look like a tulip. It's not a sunflower, I don't think. Well, obviously not. Sunflowers are yellow. Duh! Even I could have told you that. Well, those are the only kinds of flowers I know. Dagnabbit, I'm a lawyer, not a botanist. Apparently he's a Star Trek fan, not a botanist. Well, that seems to be all there is to investigate. I'm surprised no one has come along and told us off for snooping as usual. Alright, I guess we can start by showing this to Maggie, see if it means anything to her. Oh, a sports paper! Let's see. Did Guts and Braun manage to defend his heavyweight title? Sorry, Maggie, that paper is actually a month old. It's from the day of the murder. And Goodson got knocked out yesterday, I'm afraid. Oh no. I found this paper in the magazine rack at Tribulations. Really? That's strange. Tribulations doesn't get newspapers. Mr. Armstrong says he's not really fond of them. And maybe one of the customers left it behind? I think that's pretty obvious, yes. Anyway, what I want you to take a look at is this scribble here. Aha! That's it, sir! MC Bomber. That was the name that was written on the CD. Just as I thought. I guess it wasn't MC Screwdriver after all, huh? So that $100,000 must be a down payment for a record deal, right? If someone gave me $100,000, I'd sing for sure. The Master of Karain, or the Spirit Song, or even Maya's theme. Okay, Maya. So if the sample CD was on the victim's table, that means this newspaper may have belonged to the victim. You're right! So the victim left this behind on the day of the murder, huh? I think we better step up the investigation, don't you, Nick? Yeah. Alright, let's try the Criminal Affairs Department again. No. Try the restaurant again. la, bonjour, welcome to la très bien. Oh, hello. What happened to Maya? She's frozen stiff. Oh my. Bienvenue. Welcome to my petit restaurant. Huh? B Avenue? Oh non, my petit tulip. Huh? Me? Look at this face. Like a kitten rejected by its own mother. You are fatigued, non? Of course, you need this. An aromatic bath oil melange of Lenarelli and La Rose. My personal recommendation. I don't know if you can hear that, but I don't think Tofu likes my French accent. Is Evs even in there? I didn't hear her come up the stairs. Give me a minute. Cats. Never a dull moment. An aromatic bath oil an aromatic bath oil melange of Lanarelli and La Rose, my personal recommendation. You think I need what? Oui, just add a couple of drops of this mixture to my bath water and voila! It will soothe your body and your mind. It's simply fantastique. Really? And for la monsieur. Who? Me? Look at that face. Like a puppy rejected by life itself. You are fatigued, non? For you, monsieur, I recommend this. Oil bergamot. Maybe a hint of oui. I will add la peppermint and la clary sage for fragrance exceptionnelle. Such an invigorating recipe will bring out your delicious beauty, monsieur. My beauty? Oh, if you will be seated, I will bring you a special menu of the day. Actually, we're not here to eat. We're lawyers. Mais bien sûr. I know this already, monsieur. You are la Phoenix Wright, non? Yes. You know me? Mais, oui. I never forget a man who flirts with me, especially in court. Oh no. I guess he was cross-examined by a mysterious Zin Eop. Looks like everyone to do with this case knows who I am already. I wonder what sort of impression Zin Eop's been leaving on people, don't you? Allow me to introduce myself to you again. I am Jane Armstrong. Enchanté. So, what does très bien mean? I know très, that means 3, right? No. Très bien is Francois. In English, you would say, very good. Oh, very good. Oui, exactement. The atmosphere is très bien, and the cuisine is très bien. If the food's so good, why aren't there any customers in here? My cuisine is not for all. Some people say do not appreciate la haute culture, la haute cuisine. I thought everyone liked hot cuisine. Since I've lost Maggie, I do not have enough ends. So you're running this place on your own now? Oui, for the moment. No one has answered my advertisement. Oh, pour moi. We need Hesser to... Ezra! Yes. Ezra, come translate for us. Oui. Please don't I'm on me while you say that. I'm the chef. I'm the manager. I'm also a trained aromatherapist. A roaming what? A practitioner their aromatherapy. My art of soothing the soul with the delicate floral aromas. Delicate? The smell coming from that bottle oil was anything but. So, could you tell me what you know about the incident? Bien, it makes me sad to remember it, yet I remember it so well. More than a month has passed since it happened. Yeah, I guess it's been about a month since Maggie's sentencing. So, it was the 3rd of last month, just after 1 in the afternoon. A man who was in here for a coffee suddenly became ill because of the poison in his coffee. That is the truth as I know it. It was Maggie who took his drink to him. I was in the kitchen. I heard the sound of someone collapsing. When I came out to see what it was, he was already slumped in his chair. He was dead? Mon Dieu! Oui, he was dead! Maggie had passed out also. And this man who died, was he alone? Oui, monsieur. All alone. I know that Maggie said there was someone else, but... I see. The police, they asked me many times. Are you sure there was no one else at the table, they asked. But I am not the only one. The old man said the same thing. Old man? What old man? Who is this old man that you mentioned? At the time of the murder, there was another customer in here. What? Someone else saw it? Mais, oui. As usual, he came alone that day. At the time of the murder, he was here. He saw it too. But he said the same thing. That there was no one else at the victim's table. But Maggie swears there were 2 old people. Mais, mademoiselle, my lawyer, he could not prove this, no? About the lawyer. That was me, I suppose. Mais bien, sir. Wow. It's the first person who said it wasn't me. Don't kid yourself, Nick. Now is the one making stuff up. Alright. Let's show him some of my evidence. I am not a lawyer myself. I do not wish to speak out of turn. But your defense in court that day was a little, how you say, lacking, perhaps. Even a Frenchman who cannot speak any English could have done a better job. You are very cool, though. Oh, oui, oui. So handsome. Wow. I wonder just how bad the defense could have been. Every time you open your mouth, the old courthouse stirred. Oh, man. That is something I don't want to imagine. Mochi, what are you doing up here? You're not supposed to be upstairs. You know you're not allowed on the carpet. Because we cannot trust you to not pee on it. Excuse me, I'm going to have to leave the table again. Briefly. Come on. Shoot. 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 Cats and dogs, never a dull moment. Oh man, that is something I don't want to imagine. Oh, we found this sports paper in the magazine rack here. Oh, one of my customers must have left it behind. Do you have any idea which customer it was? The only ideas I have, mademoiselle, I save for my kitchen. Oh, la, you have such a pretty smile, my petite tulip. Who, me? Oui, my smile is the most important thing for us girls, n'est-ce pas? Okay. Sure. If you want a job here, it is yours, precious. About this. Oh, felicitations. Mais, Que ses? Ah, je ne comprehend. Nick, don't just make something up. Maggie was a policewoman once, n'est-ce pas? Yes, but she had to quit for, reasons beyond her control. Oui. She was suspecting a murder investigation, no? Oh, you know about that. That is why I gave to her the perfume for la happiness. Happiness perfume? Oui, blended from bergamot, like I have given to you before. But she's been arrested again, and found guilty this time. This is true. A natural aroma of unhappiness must have been very strong. Just admit it, your perfume doesn't work. I am not surprised she was my prime suspect. After something like that took place before my very eyes. Something like what? What's this guy talking about? Does this mean Maggie did have a motive? We've got to ask this guy for more info. Stat. Gene Armstrong. Tribulations owner and chef, a witness in a case who is also into aromatherapy. It is hard to imagine, I know, but I was an apprentice for 5 years in Legue Paris. Wow, in Paris? It was something the chef there said to me that made me decide to open my own restaurant. What was it? That awful man said to me, "You must train for another 10 years. Oh, it was such a shock, so unexpected. But you would have to be a fool to do this, no? When Maggie took the coffee over to the victim, did anything happen? Oui, I suppose you could say so. So what happened? No, it was nothing. Look, Maggie says she didn't even know the guy, but she's still been indicted for murder. The prosecution must have come up with some kind of motive. Oui, it is true. If there was anything at all between Maggie and the victim, it could be relevant. So please, tell us anything you know. Oh dear. Cyclops. No way, what are we going to do, Nick? We'll just have to remove... What the... What's wrong? The Magatama. It's gone! Huh? I had it in my pocket, but it's vanished into thin air. What? But I could see the Cyclops. Maybe that means the Magatama's nearby? Mr. Armstrong, could I just confirm something with you again? The table where the victim was sitting. Was anyone else sitting there? That is a question you will have to ask him yourselves. Huh? Him? The old man spends all of his time dans le parc. Le parc? Oh, a park. What part's that? Behind the restaurant. It is called Vitamin Square. Thank you. Je vous en prie, my dear. Let's go check out this Vitamin Square right now, Nick. Okay. Sure enough, no Magatama. That's unsettling. So the question is, did we lose it or was it stolen? Oh, this is cute. So this is Vitamin Square. Yeah, I see where they get the name from now. The fruits scream vitamins at you. No, the fruits scream fruits at me, actually. Hey, Nick. That's the guy, right? Isn't that the old man Mr. Armstrong was talking about? That grouching-looking grandpa? He's throwing seeds out for the pigeons. My, he's not throwing seeds for them. He's throwing seeds at them. Oh, no. Ugh, my grumpiness threat level has just been raised to red. Excuse me. Would you mind if I had a word with you? Yes! I just want to ask you a couple of questions.
What's the matter with you? Can't you see I'm busy? So you don't like my seeds, eh, pigeons?
He's really chucking those seeds at them. That's gotta hurt.
Go on, eat this!
Excuse me, sir. Can I ask you about Maggie Bird?
I don't know any Maggie Bird.
Yes, you do. Maggie, the waitress at Tribulations.
Car, it's a disgrace, I tell you. Another disgrace.
A disgrace?
An innocent young girl revealing herself like that.
Revealing? You mean her uniform?
The youth of today, they don't have any shame. No shame, I tell you, not 1 ounce. Whatever happens to the old Bushido values of Japan, like honor and modesty?
What about me? I'm not wearing anything revealing.
Your problem is you lack any sense of grace.
Talk about hitting a girl where it hurts. This gentleman's not terribly nice, is he? Do you go to Tribulations a lot?
Humph! That miserable excuse for a restaurant. That garbage they serve in there's not food. Where's the sushi? The tempura? The rice?
Tribulations is a French restaurant, sir.
Where do you think we are, boy? In Paris? I want real food, not those snooty snacks. What about those shameless girls?
You mean the waitresses?
You can see all the way up to there. Yes, the waitresses. They're practically naked. It's a disgrace, isn't it? Well, isn't it?
Listen, it's not my restaurant.
Gah, it's a miserable excuse for a restaurant, that place. Miserable!
He certainly knows a place. He must be a regular. But if he hates it so much, why does he keep going? You a regular at that restaurant, sir? It's just, if you dislike it so much, why would you keep going there? Sir?
There you are, you filthy pigeons. You want food? Take that!
He must be hiding something, right? If he is, I should be able to see a cyclock or two. Oh, wait. I don't exactly have the Magatama right now, huh? Remember, Nick, that Magatama is only on loan. You'd better find it or else. If Pearls ever gets wind of this, I'm going to be in a world of pain. Excuse me, sir. Could I just ask you about this? Sir?
Here you go, boy. How does some pigeon feed sound to you?
This wasn't exactly what I was hoping to get out of this guy. Oh, nope. No, I don't think we're getting any answers out of this guy for the moment. We need to find that Megatama. I used to love sandboxes like you wouldn't believe. Really? You? Sure. Finding iron filings in the sand with a magnet was my favorite thing to do. Iron filings? Wow, that's too exciting for words. It was my ambition to collect every single shred of iron in the sandbox. I was such a kid back then. So, did you manage to get all the iron? No, I never did. I think I came close. Come to think of it, I still have all the iron filings I found way back when. You want them? No. There is a cat on my desk. Say hi to everyone, Marky. What a silly kitty. Whoops. Just switched on my Xbox. Oh, nope. It's okay. Alright. Give me a second here. I'm gonna try it. I want to try and get my chat bar back in OBS. Not worth trying to worry about it today. I'll figure it out tomorrow. Or after stream. What else are we looking at here? This place is so fruity. That's not a bad thing. Besides, I love apples. They're among my favorites. Then that apple slide is perfect for you. What is so perfect about it? Oh, come on! Don't be a stick in the mud. Slide down it a few times. Go on! Woo! No way. I'd get covered in sand if I'd slide down that slide. Anyone can see that. Yeah, you're right. Otherwise, I'd give it a try too. Hey, look! Pigeons! Yeah, and heaps of them too. Did you know that pigeons are a symbol of peace? That's a dove, not a pigeon. Poor things. So they can't be symbols of peace and harmony just because they're grey? Is that it? Well, doves are great. No, doves are black. Never mind. You're overthinking this one by just a smidge, Maya. Oh, hello. What do we got here? Job listings? Ooh, there's a magazine here. It's a magazine full of job listings.
You disgusting rogue, picking up something else someone else threw away.
Threw away? Did you throw this away? Are you looking for a job?
Gah! That's none of your business.
Sorry. I guess I'll just take the magazine with me then.
I don't want anyone else having it. Give it back.
Too bad. Now you want it so bad, I don't want to give it up. Job listings added to the court record. Picked up from a bench in Vitamin Square. Thrown away by the old man.
Hey, that's mine!
Can we get a closer look at it? No? Alright, well, what if we try to give it back to him? Will he talk to us? Nope. Well, we tried. Alright. Maybe I should have a look around. See if I can find the missing Magatama. It's a rack full of fashion magazines, and they're all in French. Looks like Mr. Armstrong doesn't get any newspapers. Well, wouldn't exactly suit the feel of the place, would it? Why don't you try wearing something a bit more chic, like in these mags, Maya? Yeah, I'd look stunning in some of these Parisian frocks, huh? I found that sports paper behind this magazine rack earlier. I'd better try to find out everything I can about it. Here I thought I might have had the Magatama fall out of my pocket when I was bending over to look in it. Nope. Mademoiselle! Yes?
Are you looking for a job?
What? No, I was just...
Let me see. Your style is un peu different, but you have a good face.
Different?
Felicitations, you have passed. I will hire you. Bien, come with me. I will teach you everything I know.
Nick, help! I don't know whether to laugh or feel bad for Maya. Maybe I should do both. I mean, I think we all saw this coming just based on, you know, the preview picture for this episode. Alright, now where? Looks like they have Maggie in questioning. I guess I've asked her pretty much everything. I'll come back if there's anything else I need to ask her later. This guard monitors the visitor's room. There's nothing for him to do right now, so he's catching some vertical Z's. Smile, you're on candid camera. Oops. looks like Mr. Armstrong's really taken a shine to her. I suppose I'll just have to let her work at the restaurant for a while. I'll go pick her up from Tribulations once things have cooled off. Let's have a look around here, see if we can find them, shall we? Quite decorative plant. He's sort of a keepsake, something to remember Mia by. Sure, the office is a mess, but I never forget to water this little fella. There's a giant building just outside the window. It's the Gatewater Hotel, a high-class luxury hotel. The chain is getting so rich that they bought a whole chunk of the next town over, and started building a huge theme park. It's going to be called Gatewater Land. Speaking of which, I heard that Disneyland's Magic Kingdom is building a new area, one dedicated to Disney villains. That sounds fun. Of course, I have no intention of going anywhere near America for the next few years, until things are a little less scary. I wonder if that bellboy is going to send me a greeting card this year too. An old movie poster. Apparently this was the first movie that made Mia cry when she saw it a long time ago. Hey, you usually do that joke. Sorry. Maya watched it recently and she said she cried all night too. Which I guess is why it's back up on the wall. I'll have to check it out one of these days. Difficult looking legal books stand in a formidable row. They mock me. Actually, I've neglected them for so long that they're covered in a layer of dust. I guess I should at least pretend to read them once in a while. It's my desk. I don't get to use it much, so it's still super neat and tidy from when Pearls cleaned it. Alright, doesn't look like there's much here. Well, pal, have you found the evidence yet? The one that's gonna find her innocent? No, not yet. We've only just started our investigation. Well, whatever you need to know, I'll give you the dirt on it. I'm putting off all my other cases for now, pal. Gumshoe's really fired up about this. Oh yeah, one more thing. The retrial's been approved. Court's sitting at 10 a.m. tomorrow. And Godot's gonna be the prosecutor. Oh, him. Now listen up, pal. If Maggie's found guilty again... yes? I'll make sure you get looked up good for it. Got it? Nothing. You said the camera thing. You're watching two streams at once, so you're jiggling a lot of buttons here. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough, Chet. So the guilty party was Maggie Bird, huh? Yeah. Back when she was on the police force. You were her mentor when she was a rookie, right? Yeah, I kept a close eye on her. I mean, not too close, you know. Hey, what's with the funny looks, pal? I was just her... It wasn't anything like... Look, sure, I was her boss when she was doing her training. But that was it. Nothing happened. And she sure is sweating up a storm over nothing. Ah, so that's it. Our big old Gumshoe has a little old crush on Maggie. I don't like her or anything. I was... Note to self, gossip with Maya about this later. Oh, she's going to be so mad that she missed this conversation. That's why you said that earlier, wondering why Payne did the first trial. Makes you think Godot knew something, but you don't think they say. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know. I wonder if they just had Winston Payne. Bad name. Terrible name. I wonder if they just had him there in the preview just to realize how badly we lost that case because he's such an idiot, you know? I mean, okay, he's not a total idiot, but he's nowhere near as good as Edgeworth or Von Karma. Look now, don't tell anyone, okay? You've gotta keep it a secret, got it? Sure. And would you mind not guessing what I'm thinking all the time? Hey,
tell your face, pal, not me. You'd have to be blind not to see what's on your mind.
Thank you for the facepalm, Dom. So I was wondering, could you fill me in on the victim?
Glen Elk.
Huh. Glen Elk. That is, I've been there. That's a township in Adelaide, in Australia. I see that name is also an ambigram. Same forwards and backwards. I see. A programmer.
He was just a regular Joe working for a small-time computer firm. Maggie never had any contact with the guy before that day. And all she did was take him as coffee on the day of the murder. Now,
yeah, Maggie also claimed to have never seen the guy before. Did the victim go to the restaurant often?
not according to the chef. Said it was the first time he'd seen the guy.
A programmer and a first-time customer at that. What possible reason could Maggie have had to kill a guy like that?
Well, that's what I thought. But a motive was still somehow established in her trial.
You're kidding. What was her supposed motive?
Oh, sorry, pal. I'm really busy. I haven't even got enough time to sift through these papers. Look into it yourself, okay?
What could this motive have been?
This isn't really a proper investigation. I'm kind of working on it by myself.
Oh, that's right.
The judge already ruled on the case, and all the evidence is in already. The only problem is with Maggie's testimony.
Yeah, it doesn't sound very good for us, huh?
Look, pal, I've got a mountain of papers on this case to look over before tomorrow, so I'm just gonna say this. Maggie Bird's no liar. She's... Okay, so she's a bit out there, and a bit off base sometimes. But she was a good cop.
Not exactly complimentary, you know. So, what do you think really happened? Just how contradictory is her testimony?
The biggest problem with Maggie's testimony is the number of people at the table.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Maggie still insists there was another guy sitting with the victim.
Right, but get this. Everyone else in the place says the guy was alone, even the chef. And then there's that CD.
CD? Oh yeah, she did mention something about a CD. And there was a sample CD on the table, sir.
But our guys turned that place upside down. There was no CD.
What?
Not on the table, not anywhere in the whole restaurant now.
But didn't Maggie say the victim was wearing an earpiece too?
Yeah, but that was for the portable radio in the front pocket of his hoodie.
A radio? He didn't have a CD player?
You got it. Your phony never explained that contradiction at all.
Come to think of it, the owner of Tribulations didn't mention that CD either. I don't know why, but I get the feeling Mr. Armstrong's got something to hide.
I wasn't at the trial myself, but I asked this one detective I know how your defense was.
And what did he say?
He started up by saying, I'm at a complete loss for words. But he must have found some quick because he went on about how bad you were for an hour.
But
he said you sucked so much it seemed like you were trying to get Maggie found guilty.
Looked like I was trying to get Maggie found guilty?
What's that? A sports paper?
Yeah, I found it in a magazine rack at Tribulations.
It's dated the same day as the murder. You may be onto something here.
Take a look at this. See this writing here?
MC Bomber. Hey!
What is it?
I've heard that name somewhere before. Yeah, MC Bomber.
Wow, he actually seems to be thinking for once.
It's no good. I can't remember.
And he goes back to being the gumshoe we all know and love.
Hey, pal. I'm gonna borrow this paper for a bit, okay? I want to get a handwriting analysis done on this scribble.
Handwriting, huh? Oh, it'd be good to know more about that in any case.
Thanks, pal. I bet this will turn out to be an interesting clue.
Sports paper given to Detective Gumshoe. Alright,
what about this? What do you make of this? Sorry, pal. All I can think about is Maggie at the moment. No, I didn't mean it like that. I meant...
You don't have to explain, really.
Hey, so how come she's not with you today?
She's working down at the restaurant right now.
Working, huh? Yeah, it's tough being broke. I would know.
Okay.
Next time I see her, I'll show her how to make the world's best instant noodles. We low earners have to stick together. It's the only way.
Why are you shaking my hand with such enthusiasm? I've probably asked about Mia before, haven't I?
She cross-examined me once, you know.
What? Mia did?
Yeah, that was us. The big guns locking horns. Witness versus lawyer. It was a battle of cunning, tactics, and tricks.
But the witness isn't supposed to play any tricks.
I can't believe she's gone. Yeah. That's the guy who's gonna be the prosecutor in Maggie's retrial tomorrow.
Oh, really?
He was working on a bunch of more important cases at the moment. But he canceled them all just so he could take you on, pal.
Sounds about right. Why's that guy so determined to see me fail?
You sure attract a lot of attention, huh? Too bad it's all the wrong kind.
You know, come to think of it, his hair is kind of spiky too, isn't it? Not exactly spiky like the silhouette we've been seeing, but...
I'm such a loser.
Oh, no. No. No self-deprecation, Gumshoe. We love you. Right, guys? Come on. Let's have words of encouragement for Gumshoe in the chat. He's a good guy. He's just a funny little guy.
I had high hopes for Maggie. I was gonna make her the best detective there ever was. But then all of a sudden she was charged with murder and arrested. I never saw it coming. I never imagined they'd find her guilty. I hate myself for not being able to do anything.
It's okay, Detective Gumshoe. We still have a chance to make this right.
You know what? You're not such a bad guy after all, pal.
Have you gone to see Maggie?
Of course I have. But I wasn't much good at consoling her. I'm not very good with words.
Oh.
Yeah, I guess I must have looked a bit down. Maggie was really supportive of me. It was great to have someone to talk to.
It's the ultimate cliche, be her hero by helping us. Haha! Yeah. Did he go for her or for himself? Did he go for her or for himself?
The chef at Tribulations, huh? You know what that chef said to me? Ooh la la, your body is full of toxins. And then he gave me this bottle.
What's in it?
I don't know. The label says juniper. I'm under orders to put a few drops of it in my bath every day.
Under orders?
Yeah, you know, there's something about that lady. I mean, guy.
Huh? You can't stop thinking about him?
Not like that, pal. Give me a break. He's not my type. I mean, I can't stop thinking that he's involved with this case somehow.
Sounds like he knows a little something more about our charming chef. Glenn Elk was a programmer. Maggie had apparently never seen him before. What do you make of this? Huh? So, what exactly is it that caught your attention about the chef at Tribulations?
It's, kind of hard to say. The guy's probably not even connected with the case anyway.
Hey, come on, detective. Didn't you say you'd give me the dirt on anything?
Well, this sort of stuff is kind of unimportant, gossipy stuff, you know, pal? Look, how about this? You go to Tribulations and investigate the place yourself. And if you find out anything suspicious about the guy, you report back to me, okay?
Don't suppose I get a choice in this, huh? Guess I better find out more about the chef at Tribulations, then report back to Gumshoe. Well, I wonder if Maya's had enough time to dig up any dirt. The scent of flowers sure is strong. It's almost making me dizzy. Oh, who's this? Oh, hello. Who was that just now? A customer? She had sort of a dark aura about her. Ah, welcome, B Avenue. Wow, what a cute voice. Oh, it's just you, Nick. Maya? Well, how do I look? Maybe you should quit being a spirit medium. Maybe. It's kind of boring being a waitress. I mean, you're my first ever customer. Then who was that woman I just saw? Oh! Since you're here, you might as well have something to eat. I am kind of hungry, actually. Okay, I think I see why the old man was so outraged. Seems these uniforms have their midriffs on display. So, how do you like your new job, Maya? I never knew there was so much for a waitress to do. Take people's orders, bring them their food, make coffee, work the cash register. Of course, we need a customer before I can do any of that. Yeah, it's a nice looking restaurant. It's a shame more people don't come. Don't forget about the ultra cute waitress. Check out my gimme a tip smile. Hey Nick, why don't you order something? The chef's preparing a tasty lunch set at the moment. Or so he says. How much is it? It's the twin tea set. So it's $20, of course. Twin tea. Twin tea. The anti-woke crowd in a nutshell. Yes. Absolutely, Dom. Speaking of anti-woke, I saw an article earlier today about Dean Cain. You know, the actor who played Superman back in the 90s on Lois and Clark. And he was saying, oh, new Superman's no good. It's too woke and he's the wrong kind of immigrant or something along those lines. And honestly, you'd think he'd have learned to shut his mouth by now. That's the kind of stuff that got him fired from his, cameos on Supergirl. The twin tea set. I believe I'll be taking a pass on that. It's kind of expensive. Yes, thank you, Dom, for the facepalm. What? But you can't. Come on, Nick. It's not every day I get to be a waitress. Oh, wait. Just occurred to me. Since I'm a subscriber again, I can probably use Heather's facepalm myself, can't I? Why, yes I can. Ha ha! Oh, I should not be trusted with this much power. I want to try carrying plates and working the cash register. How about cleaning the toilets? That should keep you busy. Yeah, right. Maybe later. About the lunch. Oh, a fine choice, sir. No, I am... And... Kitchen! A lunch special, please! With all the extras. Drink, side salad, dessert, and gift. I don't need any of that. Just a moment, please, sir. He's really getting into this. So, how much is this set lunch at? $20, huh? But with the drink, side salad, and dessert, it's $45? Hey, wait a sec, Maya! Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Here you are, a deluxe fortifying lunch set. Whoa. A dish inspired by lobster and abalone fricassee with a balsamic vinaigrette. Bon appetit! Thanks? Come on, Nick, hurry up and try it already. Lobster, huh? Alright, down a hatch it goes. Well? Are you hungry, Maya? I'm starving! Here, it's yours. Really? Remember, Maya, my wallet doesn't print money, so you'd better polish off that plate. I just remembered I've got to clean the toilets. Hey! Can't be in that much of a hurry to clean the toilets. I take it the cooking is not good. Trabian lunch special added to the court record. Trabian lunch special costs $20 despite how unbelievably bad it tastes. This is evidence? Really? Okay. How does that guy manage to make good food taste so bad? Hey Nick, you want to take a peek at the kitchen? The kitchen, huh? Not a bad idea. Now what was it that Maggie said again? In the kitchen, you'll get to see all of the chef's greatest secrets. In the kitchen? That sounds tasty. Hey, wait up, Maya! What is it? I'm pretty busy right now. Weren't you going to show me around? There goes my plan to find some cool queer and show it off in your face. I'd better conduct a search in the kitchen myself. Do I have anything new about this? Sorry, Nick. I'm a waitress now. I got a pile of work waiting for little old me. But what if I were to show you my badge? How dare she ignore my badge? January 6th, Trabian Kitchen. And here it is, the famous Trabian Kitchen. It's my first time in here too, actually. There's a weird atmosphere in here, that's for sure. Mr. Armstrong will be back soon, so we better search quickly. Chop chop! Box full of perfume bottles. What's this? Looks like a treasure chest or something. Wow, look at all these little bottles. Oh, they're aromatherapy oils. It's got so many, they're overflowing onto the floor. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 9, 8, 9, 9, 100. They're all the same, too. Hey, wait a minute. What is it? There's one bottle that's different from all the others. What do you know? It doesn't have a label either. And it doesn't smell. So what's that liquid inside then, I wonder? I think we all know, don't we? Hey Nick, we should borrow this. I mean, look how many bottles he's got. He won't miss one, will he? Found in the kitchen. Shape is different from the other bottles. Contents unknown. I think we should show that to Gumshoe. Now this is one large mirror. I bet this is where he makes himself look pretty. There's a book on the dresser. Clarice Armstrong's Bedtime Literature. Clarice Armstrong. Not exactly Pulitzer surprise material, is it? Looks like a collection of poems he's written. Clarice? I thought his name was Jean, or Jen Armstrong. Poems? Cool, read one out. And say it in your best French accent, with intensity, okay? Okay, here's one. It's called a Printemps. The two of them, like actors from a film, the coffee still and drunk. Sweet nothings over too soon on that sad Sunday morning. The foolish cocktail, so delicious. Take a sip of your tea, and I know what I will do. I must lie to you. I must. Huh? That's it? Yep, that's a poem for you. What are these lace curtains for? I don't know, but they give the place a real homey feel, don't they? Lace curtains. You know, if I was a cooking pot, I'd be perfectly happy to sit on a shelf under those. How do you respond to something like that? Now I know I'm in a French restaurant. I've never heard of most of these seasonings. Hey Nick, this container has oyster sauce? What's that? Isn't that used in Chinese food? Ah, look! Right there on the counter. Hey, there's my Magatama. What's it doing there? What indeed? Magatama put into bucket. On loan from Maya. Recovered in the kitchen at Trey BM. I didn't even notice it there, to be honest. Now I know I'm in a French restaurant. I'd never heard of most of these seasonings. Hey Nick, this container has oyster sauce? What's that? Isn't that using Chinese food? And look at these knives. They look really sharp. I'd like to see how one of those slices through a cheesecake. A cheesecake? You don't exactly need a sharp knife for one of those, Nick. That smells good. Something's bubbling away nicely in that pot. It must be the lobster and abalone fricassee with a balsamic vinaigrette. Isn't that what I just ate for lunch? Maybe. What you ate is the only French dish I know the name of. I mean, I was just assuming the old man was grumpy and someone who hates everything, but maybe he has a good reason for saying that the food here is bad. Well, I would very much like to use that on the chef, but I guess he's not here.
Hey, you're just in time.
What is it, Detective Gumshoe?
The lab got back to me about that newspaper you gave me.
You must mean the sports paper with the memo scribbled on it. So, what did they say? Did the analysis turn up anything?
They said the doodle was written by the victim, Glenn Elk. No doubt about it.
I expected as much.
The victim took the paper with him to the restaurant on the day of the murder. That's our best interpretation of the facts at the moment.
Sports paper refiled into the court record. Left by victim, doodle is in the victim's handwriting.
MC Bomber. I get the feeling I've heard that name somewhere before. Oh well, I guess it'll come back to me. Don't forget to report back to me with whatever you find in the restaurant, okay, pal?
Since when did I start taking orders from Gumshoe? Although, I get the feeling there's something I need to show him. Well, probably should make sure he doesn't have any secrets. Nope. Okay, good.
You got one of those aroma bottles too, huh?
Only this one doesn't smell.
Huh? I don't get you.
This was mixed in with all the other aromatherapy bottles, but it's not the same. It doesn't even look the same. Wouldn't you agree?
A cologne bottle that doesn't smell, huh? Smells like a skunk to me, pal. Mind when we borrow that bottle for a while? I want to send it to the lab for analysis.
Victim was poisoned, so the contents of this bottle are pretty important. Small bottle given to Detective Gumshoe.
I had a hunch there was something funny about that, Chef.
You suspect Gene Armstrong?
I've got that guy's number. I know what his secret is.
That must be the same secret Gumshoe was talking about before.
I guess I better fill you in on the details. About this Armstrong guy's secret, I mean.
Go on then. So what's Mr. Armstrong's secret?
You ever had lunch at Tribulations, pal?
Yes.
So how was it?
To put it nicely, it was inedible.
Hey, don't worry about being nice around me, pal. You and I both know the reason that place is so empty is because of the food. I mean, the place is clean, and he's got a girl like Maggie as a waitress, so...
Yeah, I guess it's probably the food.
The real scoop on the guy is he's up to his ears in debt.
Really? How much does he owe?
This is a copy of his loan contract. It's about $500,000 in the red.
$500,000? We talking dollars? $500,000. That was one of the numbers scribbled on the sports paper.
Yeah. Hey, if it was sterling, he'd really be in trouble.
Sorry. That figure just took me by surprise.
Yeah, this case is full of surprises. And I'd be willing to bet that Chef's got something to do with the most of them. That's my hunch.
Jean's loan contract added to the court record. Jen's debt is $500,000. The owner of the loan is tender lender. Interesting. Nope. Well, that's no help at all. Alright, let's go to Vitamin Square, see if we can get this old guy talking. The old guy's not here anymore. Drat, I still have some unanswered questions for him. Well, that's no help. Hey, who's left their bike here? Actually, this bike looks like it's in pretty sorry state. One of the mirrors is bent, and this thingy here. When I think back to when I was young, I wonder what I found so great about playing in a sandbox. Maybe I'll come back here in the middle of the night one of these days to relive it. On second thought, being arrested by Gumshoe would be too embarrassing to bear. You don't see many parks like this anymore. What a great place for kids to play. But that old man's the only one here chucking his seeds at the pigeons. The pigeons are so busy pecking at the seeds, they don't notice anything else. Seeing those birds eat with such intense focus reminds me of Maya when she's scarfing down a burger. This is where I found that job listings magazine before. A guy like me carrying around a magazine like that kind of gives the wrong impression. I guess I'd better give it back to that old man once this investigation's over. A scooter, huh? Who'd leave it right here in the middle of the park like this? I'm going to say Lotta. I reckon that's her bike. Don't know why she'd be here, of all places, but the wheel guard and the light are busted. I guess it must have been an accident. It's totally wrecked. Wow! Oh no. Oh my.
Hey, what do you think you's doing with my bike?
No, I was just...
Raw! You's been messing with my new ride. Is that what you's been doing?
Oh, this is him, isn't it? It's a guy with the spiky hair. Spiky hair, dude. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely not thinking the Mario accent. This is more of a Brooklyn accent, I think. New ride? Isn't that kind of an old metal?
Wow, you's gonna pay for this.
It wasn't me. I was just passing by.
Hey, then who's the one that covered my saddle in crap? Wow, you's gonna pay. You catch my drift.
No, wait a sec. I'm not a pigeon, so I couldn't have done it.
A wise guy, eh? I ought to beat you so hard it'll feel like you were smooching the express train. Uh-oh. You better watch your back. This ain't over. I'm gonna round up a group of lawyers and then you's gonna pay.
Why is this guy so orange? Does he go to the same fake tan club as Donald Trump? Welcome to the full craziness of this episode. Oh dear. Actually, I'm a lawyer myself.
What'd you say?
I'm Phoenix Wright, attorney at law.
Whoa! Phoenix Wright? You say you, Phoenix Wright?
Yeah, I am.
So you a wise guy too, huh? 'Cause I'm Phoenix Wright, the one and only.
What?
Out of my way, I got a cruise.
He's gone. Surely that guy wasn't my phony, was he? Yeah, Dom, that certainly was a mic drop. Huh. He wasn't anything like me. Guess I better make a note of the scooter. Scooter added to the court record. Ridden by my phony, the wheel guard is all smashed up. Oh, this'll be the old man again.
Pathetic.
Oh, it's you.
A few threats from a little brat like that, and you look like a pigeon that's got seed in its eyes.
Have you been here the whole time then?
I was in that strawberry. I had some thinking to do.
More like you had some cowering to do. Are you a regular at that restaurant, sir? It's just that if you dislike it so much, why would you keep going there? Ah, to perv on the waitresses. Sir?
There you are, you filthy pigeons. You want food? Take that.
I knew it. This old guy has got something to hide. But what could it be? Alright, well, we got the Megatama back. Let's see if we can crack him. Tribulations regular. It's time you told me the truth. Why are you a regular at a restaurant that you dislike so much?
Isn't it obvious? People only have one reason to go to restaurants: to eat.
To eat? Is that the whole truth?
What do you mean?
I don't think you go to that restaurant for the food at all.
You insolent brat! How dare you accuse me? What proof have you got?
I can tell that not you nor anyone else in the world would go to that place for the food. Okay, I suppose we can use this as evidence. The proof is in the pudding, or in this case, the lunch menu.
That's a twin tea set.
The food at Tribulations is terrible and expensive.
You're wrong. It's cheap.
Huh?
I'm rich. I inherited money when I was a boy. Yes, I'm stinking rich. I haven't done a jot of work since I was born, other than feeding the pigeons.
What a load of crock.
The taste's another story, but the price, it's nothing to me.
So you're saying that you go there because you got money to burn?
Exactly. I have so much cash I go for a swim in my money vault every day.
Unfortunately, that's a lie.
What?
You don't have money to burn. You're flat broke. Job magazine. This is yours, right?
My magazine!
Why would a rich retiree be looking for a job?
I was... so what? I was looking for a job. I'm buying a lot at the moment. I need spending money.
Oh?
I don't go to that restaurant for food. I just go for the Jabachino.
Yeah, I think you mean a cappuccino. Anyway, how much does a cappuccino cost there?
$8.
Those better be some golden beans. I mean, I don't drink coffee myself, but I have a feeling that price might be a little less outrageous these days. I mean, well, not outrageous, but considered normal at least.
What's your problem? You think a poor man would be better off drinking dishwater, do you? Is that it?
No, I wasn't thinking that. I was wondering if the coffee there is really that great.
No, it's not. But anyway, yes, that place has free newspapers to read every day.
Newspapers?
Exactly. They don't want me hanging around at home, so I go there.
I'm sorry, sir, but there are no free papers to read at Tribulations. I guess it'll have to be this. This is the only thing we got, right? Take a look at this.
What is it?
It's a newspaper I found behind the magazine rack at Tribulations.
So, what of it?
This was the only paper there, and it's dated more than 1 month ago.
What?
Do you see what I'm getting at here? That restaurant doesn't get newspapers. This is just one that a customer happened to leave behind. Tell me, why are you so determined to hide the truth?
I'm not hiding anything.
I'm going to have to put this guy out of his misery. Listen, the real reason why he goes so much to Tribulations is... I think it's pretty obvious.
What are you asking me about that girl for?
She was the waitress at Tribulations. Therefore, the answer to the mystery of why an old man would drink expensive coffee at a terrible restaurant is the waitress.
Ugh. But I don't recognize that face.
And you're probably telling the truth here. Ew. Hi, Peaches. How you doing? Happy Friday. If it is Friday for you. Because you weren't looking at the girl's face, but at her outfit.
Oh.
That's the truth, isn't it? You became a regular at the restaurant because of the waitress's uniform. That uniform is all you can think about, isn't it?
I can't take it.
To you, that waitress was your...
Enough! Please, no more! Stop saying that word! Stop saying waitress! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
We broke him, folks. We broke him. Sir?
Yes, it's true. I was there for the young girl. Fine, so I'm a dirty, wicked, sinful old devil.
No, I didn't mean it like that.
I even get one of those lousy cups of Chavachino every time. For $8! All because of the servant girl. Punish me! Lock me up!
Really, that's not what I'm here for.
You'll be the same. Another 20 years and you'll understand what it's like. You'll know how painful it is to be an old man like me!
No, really. Listen, sir.
Stop calling me that! I have a name, you know, boy, so show some respect, huh? I'm Victor Kudo.
Victor Kudo. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Kudo. Hang on. Oh. Is that a pun on Victor Hugo, the writer? Hunchback of Notre Dame?
You young ones think you know it all, don't you? Well, I'm not saying another word. I won't tell you anything more.
This guy was in a restaurant at the time of the incident, which means I have to hear his testimony one way or another. I don't believe this. I even broke his cyclops and everything. I guess I'll have to try to get him when he's in a better mood. Well, probably couldn't hurt to at least try. Excuse me, sir? Could I just ask you about this? Sir?
Here you go, boy! How does some pigeon feed sound to you?
Yeah, this wasn't exactly what I was hoping to get out of this guy. Victor Kudo, age 68. It's in the Tribune at the time of the incident, has a thing for waitresses. Well. Oh, it's that old man. Is he still feeding the pigeons? Yeah, he fed me as well. I got a bunch of those seeds in my eyes. Ooh, ouch. Hey, Maya, would you mind coming with me for a while? Huh? Me? Why? There's something I really want to ask that old man. Sure, okay, I'll just get changed. No, hang on. Can you go like that? I guess? This should be entertaining. Or, you know, really creepy. Could be both. Sir?
You again.
Oh dear.
Well, I see.
Nick, his eyes are burning into me. It's okay. I think it's going pretty well.
Go!
Huh?
You're still just a little child. Run along and play on the slide, alright?
Play on the slide? we were so close. Just a little more and he would have spilled.
Pigeon. God.
How do we crack this guy? Excuse me, please, sir.
Quiet, can't you see I'm feeding the pigeon?
Oh no. Did Maya just transform into Mia again? Yep. Mia?
Whoa!
This guy's a hypocrite. Maya's only like 4 years younger than Maggie is. If you don't mind, sir, I'd really love to talk with you.
Yes. Of course, certainly. I'm Victor Cuto.
Even from beyond the grave. Wow. About the incident.
You mean the man who died after drinking the Javachino?
It's like he's a different person.
It was quite a shock, even for me. He was a strange-looking boy. The girl took the Javachino over to him, you see.
And was the customer alone?
Definitely. He was the only person at the table. Then he took one sip of his Javachino and he said something like, "Ugh," and then collapsed, dead.
Oh, how terrifying.
You're so good at listening, aren't you? I'll tell you anything, whatever you want to know.
He certainly seems to be telling the truth now. But it looks like Mr. Cuto didn't see this other man either. Your office is rebuilt and you have a computer again. Yay! That's fantastic news, Peaches. I've done something of an office revamping myself here today. The TV I was using as my second monitor kind of died on me last week. So it made streaming a little bit more difficult. But I bought a new monitor in the Prime sales. Ta-da! Anyway. Hard to beat Mia, though. No, absolutely. Mia is a nigh unstoppable force. At least she was until she was murdered. Do you like the food at Tribulations? R.I.P. second monitor. Yeah. I mean, it still sometimes sort of works, you know, when you turn it on, but it kind of fritzes out after a couple of minutes.
Well, of course, I'm really quite a sophisticated man. I was a young businessman once, you know. I set up a casino in London.
Really? How interesting.
Eating the food at that restaurant really takes me back to my days in France.
What a lovely story. London's in England, not France.
Oh yes, France is wonderful. I'd love to show you around the city sometime. It's too much. I can't take it. I want France.
Haha. I can't believe me is laughing at the guy. Did you try a different cable? Be ashamed to toss it on the counter. Yeah, it was definitely not the cable. It was the TV. It was giving me same effect no matter what I plugged in and what cable. Mrs. Scruffy is of the theory that it may have gotten some rain in the back of the TV when the window was open, and that shorted out some of the graphics cards or stuff or something. But it's also old. Ah, yeah, rain will do that. Yeah, but it is also a pretty old TV. And for what it's worth, what's the word for it? The resolution wasn't fantastic, so you know, I'm probably better off with this, to be honest, even though it's a bit small. That's alright, though. Make a video tossing it out the window and put it on YouTube. Oh. I mean, we have fly screens on our windows, so that'd be difficult to do. You guarantee one like. I mean, For a guaranteed like, that's tempting. But like I said, fly screens on all our windows. See? You visit Tribulations a lot, don't you?
Of course. I mean, yes. I'd like to come and see you there.
Really? Oh, you flatter me so. The owner would be delighted to welcome you, I'm sure.
Be careful of that chef, my dear.
The chef? You mean Mr. Armstrong?
That's right. The man's an ex-con.
Really? He's an ex-con? Whatever... pardon me. Whatever did Mr. Armstrong do?
Oh no, those eyes. I can't take this.
He's really got this guy eating out of her hand.
He steals things from his customers.
Something like a Megatama, for instance? From his customers?
Gloves, handkerchiefs, little things mainly. He's a pilferer, so you be careful around him, my dear.
Are you sure about this?
Of course! He was arrested for it once. I was there when it happened, having my Javachino.
He really is a regular.
Let me write you a little haiku about it.
A haiku?
A Japanese poem. It'll explain all you need to know about that chef.
Victor's note added to the court record.
Convicted before a wicked man or woman, repeat offender. Victor Kudo. If he takes anything again, you let me know. If it's not too expensive, I'll buy you a replacement.
Poor guy. Couldn't do enough for me. Okay, Phoenix. That's about as much as I can do to help. Thanks, Mia. We got some really important information thanks to you. Honestly, I can't believe Maya called me for something like this. Well, looks like he's taken off, so I guess there's no point hanging around here, is there? I guess it's about time to wrap up today's investigation. Had enough of being a waitress? Yeah, plus no one came to the restaurant.
Oh la la, Mademoiselle Maya. Nun, how can you leave me like this?
I'm sorry. That reminds me. Mr. Armstrong had a Cyclops or 3, didn't he? I'm going to have to break those. Mr. Armstrong, I hope you won't mind, but I'd like to have another word with you.
Volunteers, of course.
I wonder if I should go and check in with Gumshoe first, see if they got lab results for the bottle he took. Nope. Nope. Okay. Nothing new here then. Alright. Let's talk to Frenchy McFrenchface. I don't trust this guy. His eyes are too big. Specifically the pupils.
What is happening? I do not like this horrible feeling.
I have to know the truth. What happened that day?
Angus! I will confess everything. Just don't hurt me.
Huh? Well, that was a new world record.
It was a lottery ticket.
A lottery ticket?
My man who died here had a lottery ticket for $500,000.
$500,000?
Oui, but after the incident, this ticket, it disappeared.
The ticket disappeared. This was the motives that the prosecution gave for Maggie. They said that she poisoned the man to get the $500,000 lottery ticket. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Mais Rose, you've been trying to hide this information about the lottery ticket from me, and I want to know the reason why. No, monsieur, you doubt me, but I have confessed to you everything I know. Mr. Armstrong, the $500,000 lottery ticket, I think I know who took it. I think that when he took it was stolen by this person. Mr. Armstrong, I believe there's a very high probability that it was you. Ah! Wow, that is one piercing scream, even for a man like him. Mais pourquoi moi? Why, you have no evidence. I am not Master Mask. I am not the kind of person who steals the property of others. Sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Armstrong, but I have evidence to the contrary. I present to you proof that you have stolen from others in the past. What is this? A poem? Oh, monsieur, you know me so well. I adore poems. Please, read it, and put some feeling into it. Convicted before, a wicked man or woman, repeat offender. I'm sorry to have to bring it up, Mr. Armstrong, but you have been arrested for stealing from your customers before, haven't you? Mon Dieu! Le mensonge! You are a liar! You deny it? Do not make a false accusation, s'il vous plaît. So, do you have any proof? I want to see the incontestable proof that I've ever stolen from one of my customers. Well, you stole this from me. It seems old habits die hard, Mr. Armstrong. What is that? This is my Magatama. And I found it in your kitchen. Non! Wow, that scream just about broke some windows. Oui. I have a weakness for little trinkets and little figurines. My hand, it just slips out. I cannot stop it. You've stolen handkerchiefs, gloves, and other things from your customers, right? Oui, it is the truth. I am just a timid little girl inside, monsieur. A timid little girl. Besides, this time, it was not a small trinket, oui? It was $500,000. Man, no. Oh, sorry, that was Phoenix's voice. It was $500,000. Man, none. Why would I steal it? I have no need for such money. Really now? Oh, monsieur, what is it? Isn't it true that you're in some pretty serious trouble? And that you're in desperate need of a large amount of cash? This restaurant is deep in the red, isn't it? Ah. You have a loan to the tune of $500,000. That lottery ticket would have wiped out your debts. Well, Mr. Armstrong, what do you have to say for yourself now? Ah! Da 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 da. Mr. Armstrong, you said that the victim had a winning lottery ticket for $500,000. How did you know he had something like that in the first place? The man, he was listening to my radio with his earpiece. Maggie said something about that too. My winning number was announced on the news, I think. All of a sudden, he exploded. Yes, $500,000, he shouted. And the ticket? Oui, he had all of his tickets spread out on the table. I was so desperately in need of money, so I put the poison in his coffee. No. Oh, no, you naughty man. I simply helped myself to one of his tickets. What? The victim collapsed, and Maggie passed out. I thought to myself, pourquoi pas? He had so many of them. Yeah, but only one of them was the winning ticket, right? How could you do that, Mr. Armstrong? Maggie was arrested because of you! No, this is not true. I did not take it. My ticket for $500,000, I mean. But you just told us you did. You said you took a ticket. Manon, ma fille. It was not. That's enough. Huh? Ah! Mr. Godot! What in the heck are you doing here? Ugh. This is without a doubt the worst coffee I've ever tasted, Mr. Armstrong. And he loves his coffee. Came in here for coffee? Does his craving for coffee know no bounds? Perhaps Mr. Armstrong stole one of the victim's tickets on the day in question. I'm the errand, eh? None? Just a pretty good girl who everyone is laughing at. But in that case, Maggie shouldn't be the only one under suspicion. He had the wrong ticket. What? Mr. Armstrong made off with the winning ticket's pretty neighbor. So, the ticket he took was worthless? Not quite. He did win something. $1. You see, I had just a pretty face. Without my looks, I have nothing. So, what happened to the winning ticket then? The one he meant to steal? Indeed, what did happen to it? I don't like spoiling myself by watching trailers, so we'll just wait and see how the movie turns out tomorrow, won't we? Yeah. Voila, you two. Time to laugh and get pretty good ahead. Looks like I won't be needing this note anymore. I don't know. I feel like that's still pretty good evidence. Victor's note thrown into the trash. Well, looks like we got a new mystery now. Namely, where did the winning ticket go? I got a bad feeling about this. Well, anyway. We can't let Maggie suffer any longer for this, and certainly not again. To be continued. Ooh. Oh yes, I will save no progress up to this point. Recipe for turnabout. Right. I honestly probably should be ending the game here for today. It's just starting to get late, but I really want to see how this next trial goes, so I'm going to keep going. I'm just going to stop for a few minutes to take a quick toilet break, so stick around and I'll be right back, and we'll see how the first day of the trial goes. I don't imagine it's only going to be a single day affair. Hi, Squeaker. Alright, let's get back into this. January 7th, 9:48 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. Oh, I see. I guess I should have expected this. Nobody saw the other guy, huh? But he was there when I took the coffee over, sir. Scout's honor. Maggie! Ah, Detective Gumshoe. Are you doing alright? How are you feeling? As if you need to ask either question, sir. Don't let him get you down, Maggie. And don't forget to eat well, okay? Roger. And you! Yes? You'd better square this case away. Got it, pal? Maggie's innocent, you hear? If you screw up, then I'll be doing some squaring away myself. Squaring away some paperwork for your arrest. I think he's serious. Wow. Corrupt cop threatens lawyer with being arrested for doing his job. Hey, detective, you're on outside for once, right? Yep. So you'll be able to help Maggie out, right? Really? Can you, sir? Oh, of course. I've got the situation under control. I'm gonna be the first witness on the stand today. If something I say doesn't mesh with the facts, make sure you point it out, alright? Sure. That's what I do anyway. Okay, we form a united front today, pal. You get me? I can't tell you how grateful I am, sir. I've always admired you so much, Detective. I know I can count on you. Looks like it should all go pretty smoothly today, huh? Yeah, right. I can only wish. Alright, January 7th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 4. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. Now, I wonder how the judge is going to react at being made to reopen the trial, considering he already rendered a guilty verdict. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Bitter. Alright. So this time we're going to count the cups of coffee he's taking. See if he sticks to his claim of 17 per trial. So this is number 1. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Ugh! What's wrong? Nothing. It's just whenever I addressed you in the previous trial, your response was, "You's talking to me?" It was a little, well, intimidating. No, that wasn't me. That was the phony Phoenix. I see. So our trusty Phoenix Wright is back with us now, is he? Our trusty? So, Mr. Godot, your opening statement, please. Mr. Trite, whether you're a fake or the real deal, we will find out soon enough through this trial today. But I can already tell you, I'm the real Phoenix Wright. I wasn't questioning whether you are Phoenix Wright or not. I was questioning whether you had studied law or not. Oh. That's what I intend to find out. There's no denying it. Behind that mask is a man who really hates me for some reason or another. What are you doing down there? You bothering your brother? As everyone is aware, the court has already given its verdict on this case once. Therefore, I won't stand for irrelevant testimony during this retrial. Nor will I stand for a simple repetition of the evidence presented in the last trial. I'm not planning on repeating anything that phony me said, trust me. Now then, Mr. Godot. What are you two doing? Why are you bothering Tofu? Let him be. He's old and cranky. Now then, Mr. Godot, please summon your first witness. See? Now you scared him off.
Let's start with the formalities, shall we? Name and occupation. Witness, state your name for the court. Huh? Oh, sorry, sir. The name's Police Department Detective. Occupation, Dick Gumshoe.
Damn it, Gumshoe.
Other way around, detective. Huh? Oh, sorry. Anyway, I'm the officer in charge of this case since yesterday. Sir. Since yesterday? Yeah, the guy who was on the initial investigation's tied up with another case now.
I hope Gumshoe's really got everything under control, for everyone's sake.
I see. So, Detective Gumshoe, would you outline for the court the basic facts of the case? Yes, sir. The victim's name was Glenn Elg. He was a professional programmer. He was on the payroll Blue Screens Inc., a local ink company. This is the victim's autopsy report. The court accepts this into evidence.
Glenn's autopsy report added to the court record. Died of potassium cyanide poisoning. Time of death was between 1:30 and 2:30 p.m. So there were multiple witnesses who saw him die, and the police could only, and the coroner could only narrow the time of death to a 1 hour window. Huh?
And here are the floor plans of the restaurant. When the incident took place, the victim was sitting right here. The poisoned coffee was brought over to him by the waitress.
The waitress being the accused.
Yeah. The victim died from poisoning almost immediately after he took a sip of the coffee. At the time of the incident, there were 2 other people in the restaurant. Mr. Gene Armstrong, the owner and chef, and a regular by the name of Mr. Victor Kudo. It still seems to be a very straightforward case to me.
Tribulations floor plans added to the court record. Blueprints of the crime scene. X equals victim's seat.
Come, detective, take up this hammer and nail the defendant's coffin shut with your own 2 hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, let's have your testimony. Yes, sir.
The incident.
When the incident took place, the victim was alone at his table, sir. We understand that the guy, Glenn Elg, was listening to the radio at the time. Traces of poison were found in his coffee cup. And what we found was potassium cyanide. That stuff really packs a punch. And, it looks like Ms. Bird might have had, well, some kind of a motive. Using the dark, aromatic depths of coffee to conceal the poison. Classy lady. The facts of this case seem to be ironclad. Mr. Wright, I would ask you to begin your cross-examination. But, yes? Please, no intimidation tricks this time around. Is that understood?
I already told you that wasn't me.
When the incident took place, the victim was alone at his table, sir.
Can I stop you for just a minute?
Huh? What is it? Did I say something that contradicts the evidence?
He's so desperate for that to be true, he's practically crying. Your testimony just now doesn't match the testimony given by Ms. Bird. She claims that there was another man at the victim's table.
Yeah, that's what she said. And what killer wouldn't say that when faced with a homicide conviction?
Hey!
Sadly, her testimony isn't supported by the owner or the other customer. Isn't that right, Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, it's true. Their 2 testimonies tie up on that. They both said there was no other guy at the table.
What should I do? Should I press on this point a little harder or not?
Always press harder. Except for when you shouldn't press harder.
Well, maybe the other witnesses just missed him. Perhaps their view of the victim's table was obscured in some way.
Huh. That argument is as weak as the coffee at Traby and Trite. I have here in my possession a ticket.
A ticket? Looks more like a photo to me.
Yes, a one-way ticket to Guiltyville. Population, the defendant.
I mean, that was very cheesy, but kind of a cool line.
This is a photograph taken from near the entrance to the kitchen.
This is the scene as witnessed by the chef, moments after the poisoning took place.
This is the scene as witnessed by the chef, moments after the poisoning took place, correct? I think the court will agree that was such a clear view of the scene of the crime. How, Mr. Trite, could anyone have overlooked a second person at the table?
It certainly seems to show the victim's table extremely clearly. Crime photo added to the court record. A photo of the scene taken from near the kitchen.
We understand that the guy, Glenn L., was listening to the radio at the time.
He was listening to his radio, you say?
Yeah, he had a portable radio in his chest pocket.
Maggie told us that too, didn't she? Something about how one of them had some sort of earpiece. What should I do? Should I press on this point a little harder or not? And what was it that the victim was listening to on the radio, Detective Gumshoe?
Huh? How should I know?
Thanks a lot. We're now one step closer to the middle of nowhere. This isn't going very well, is it?
Detective, could you perhaps tell us about the poison and how it was used?
Traces of poison were found in his coffee cup. So traces of the poison were found in the coffee cup and nowhere else.
Not sure I get you, pal.
Was the poison a liquid or was it a powder?
If I had to put it in layman's terms, I'd say it was a powdery substance.
Okay, so not the same stuff we had probably have given him for lab testing then. So maybe it was. So maybe the chef wasn't involved. So the poison could have been in anything that was on the table. Sugar, salt, pepper.
Objection.
Cup number 2.
Huh. Do you put salt and pepper in your coffee, Trite? The victim took his coffee black, with no sugar.
It seems that the poison could only have been in the coffee. What should I do? Should I press on this point a little harder or not? Sure, why not? Are you absolutely certain that the victim even drank any of his coffee?
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, according to this file, the poison was found in the victim's coffee cup. But what proof is there that the victim ever drank any of it? Well, didn't the autopsy report say that?
Oh, hey, you're right. That's what I was thinking.
In case you were wondering, that last objection was for the detective there.
Huh? For me?
Oh, hey, you're right. You may be fooling the court, but I'm not falling for it. If you had the time to waste, you had the time to present that piece of evidence.
That piece, sir?
Yes, that piece.
What piece was it again?
This. Oh, God! Not again. Should I be grateful this coffee's only hot enough to give me first-degree burns?
Oh, now I remember. This is the, victim's coffee cup.
Yes, the victim's cup. Take a good look at the rim. Oh, yes, it's unmistakable. There's clearly a coffee stain on it. Conclusive proof that the victim did drink the poisoned coffee that was in this cup. Cup number 3. The victim gulped down that bitter death that the waitress brought him. Like this.
Ugh. For the record, the only prints on the cup were the victims and the defendants.
didn't all the witnesses say the guy died after having one sip of the coffee, not gulping it down like a maniac, like Godot just did? Coffee cup added to the court record. The coffee contained potassium cyanide, covered in the victim and Maggie's fingerprints. Upon further investigation of this cup, we found a certain chemical substance. And what we found was potassium cyanide. That stuff really packs a punch. Potassium cyanide, I've heard of that chemical before. Exactly how strong is this poison, Detective Gumshoe? Well, that stuff's lethal. Eat too much and you're history. How much is too much? A lethal dose is 0.2 grams. That's about enough to finish anyone off. 0.2 grams? How much is that? You know when you swab your ears for earwax? Yeah, about that much. Earwax, huh? Sounds like something Gumshoe's got an abundance of. Such a small quantity of poison could have been concealed anywhere. And, it looks like Ms. Bird might have had, well, some kind of a motive. I really shouldn't press him on this, but... Some kind of a motive? Yeah, but if you ask me, it's been blown way out of proportion. Objection! You know what my golden rule is, Detective? Chuck out a bad cup of coffee. You can always get another. Huh? I don't get it. I'm saying we can always get another witness on the stand if we have to chuck you out. Ugh. So stick to the facts, Detective. Now then, what was Ms. Bird's motive? Come on, Gumshoe. They said she wanted to steal a lottery ticket. I knew it. That's what we heard yesterday, too. It disappeared from the scene of the crime. And it wasn't just any lottery ticket. It was a winning ticket for $500,000. Mr. Armstrong knew about the ticket too, didn't he? But he stole the wrong one. Then, is it possible Maggie stole the winning one? No, I don't believe that. I think it was Mr. Spiky-haired imposter. What should I do? Should I press on this point a little harder or not? Wait a minute. The mere fact that the lottery ticket disappeared in no way implicates my client. Huh. I have here in my hand the very ticket in question. That's the $500,000 lottery ticket? One of the female police officers found it when she was conducting a search of the defendant. What? So Mr. Spiky Imposter planted both the poison and the lottery ticket on her, huh? Order! Order! Huh. She's quite a lucky bird, our little waitress. You will submit that ticket as evidence to the court, immediately! I better keep an eye on that ticket. The way the judge's voice is quivering. Victim's lottery ticket added to the court record. Well, isn't there, like, only a certain period of time that you have to claim a winning lottery ticket before it's declared void? If it hadn't been declared, been used a month later, I don't know if it'd still be valid. Anyway, it's a winning ticket for $500,000 found during a body search of Maggie. This ticket was presented to the court in the previous trial too. But it feels heavier now somehow. $500,000, you say? It's just a scrap of paper. What matters is where it was found, Your Honor. And that's on Maggie's person, unfortunately. That's enough. The facts of this case seem overwhelmingly clear to me. The defendant had ample opportunity to commit the crime of which she is charged. Furthermore, it seems beyond reasonable doubt that she did indeed commit this crime. I'm like an old man who knows the score. There is also the matter of the $500,000 lottery ticket. That alone provides a very credible motive. I mean, for that sum of money, even I might be tempted to bend the rules. I don't mind an old man who is weak to the siren call of money. Not good, Nick. The evidence against Maggie is starting to pile up fast. Yeah, that's because the court has ruled guilty once already. Cup number 4.
I'd say it's about time to wrap up this repeat performance with one final decisive piece of evidence.
He's got more evidence against Maggie?
This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time.
Wow, that's not the cleanest apron I've seen. That stain looks like... It can't be blood, can it?
Ha! It seems the star of our play was a little flustered. And somehow spilled coffee on herself.
The coffee? That's not exactly the first thing that caught my eye.
Of course, the coffee stain isn't the most interesting thing about this apron. No, there's something else that stands out even more.
Is it hot sauce?
Something else? I presume you mean... Of course, I'm referring to the pocket.
The pocket?
A search carried out right after the incident uncovered this. Potassium cyanide. The very poison used by the killer was in her apron pocket.
A bottle of poison in Maggie's pocket.
Yeah, and Maggie's prints were the only ones on it.
What?
Order, order, order! The court will accept these items into evidence.
Apron added to the court record. Worn by Maggie at the time of the incident. Has a small pocket but big stains. And potassium cyanide added to the court record. Deadly powdery poison. Bears Maggie's fingerprints found in her apron pocket.
Something's still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain.
You don't need to be told, just look at it.
Well, detective, could the stain really be blood?
No way, sir. It's just ketchup, sir. Well, I was close.
Ketchup? She must have gotten some on her apron while taking someone bad breakfast that day. You could have spoken up a little sooner, Detective Gumshoe. Pull a stunt like that again and I'll have you drink 17 cups of ketchup, witness. I thought everyone knew what it was already.
I mean, I was pretty sure it was some kind of a condiment.
I haven't seen anything yet to make me doubt the last ruling I made on this case. The motive, the opportunity, and the supporting evidence, they have all been clearly established. Well, Trite, it seems you really are a phony after all.
You really know how to drive a man nuts.
Witness, please continue with your testimony. Describe for the court the crime scene and the findings of your investigation there.
The investigation.
The crime was reported at 2:25 by a kind of scary old man, sir. Poor Maggie had passed out from the shock. It must have been real tough for her. The victim didn't have any identification on him. But we figured out who he was pretty quick, and then the investigation went smoothly. When Maggie was searched, we found the lottery ticket and the bottle of poison. And that was it. There was nothing else missing from the crime scene. You identified the victim and secured your prime suspect. Very good. Last chance to convince the court you're a real lawyer, Trite. Don't count on any more cross-examinations after this one, so let the fun begin.
The investigation.
The crime was reported at 2:25 p.m. by a kind of scary old man, sir.
Scary old man, Detective Gumshoe.
There's an old man who's a regular at the restaurant where the incident happened.
We're obviously talking about the same old man.
Officers were dispatched right after the report came in, but the old guy still made a fuss. What took you so long? Then he heard of use of them. And seeds.
Seeds.
Huh. It was nothing. I caught each one with my teeth.
I guess not even the mighty Godot can avoid being attacked by that guy.
The old man was the only other customer in the place at the time. He took his time finding a payphone apparently, so he was late reporting the crime.
And yeah, again, I'm questioning the autopsy here. Between 1:30 and 2:30. And yet, the phone call came in at 2:25, and it was late. So again, there's no reason why the window should be that big.
Poor Maggie had passed out from the shock. It must have been real tough for her.
How long was the defendant unconscious for?
The officers got to the crime scene at around 2:40. Maggie was still out cold in the kitchen at that time. It took another 10 minutes or so before she came to. I would have liked to have been on the scene myself.
I bet you would have liked to have carried out the search too.
I would have loved to see Maggie asleep like that, all pretty and peaceful.
Oh my god. Stay professional, you fool. You're a professional detective, Gumshoe, not a professional bird watcher. Shouldn't that be spelled B-Y-R-D-E?
Save the romantics for your own time, detective. All we need to know about is the investigation. Oops, I guess I'm pretty red right now, aren't I? The victim didn't have any identification on him.
He didn't have any? Are you saying that was stolen then?
No, I don't think so. The victim didn't have a driver's license or even a credit card on him, pal. All he had was 58 cents in his wallet.
58 cents?
Yeah, I can't believe I found someone with less in their wallet than me, pal. The victim sounds like he was a thoroughly miserable young man. Or some kind of outlaw. Why not give him a bit of an edge?
I think I'm onto something here.
But we figured out who he was pretty quick, and then the investigation went smoothly.
Wait a sec.
Huh? Did I say something dumb again?
Let me paraphrase what you just testified to this court. The victim didn't have any form of ID on him. That's basically what you said, yes?
Yeah, basically.
In that case, how were you able to identify the victim so quickly?
Oh, that.
He's so let down. He's got the whole sagging shoulders and puppy eye thing going on.
There was a prescription bag on the victim's table, along with the lottery ticket. It seems Mr. Glenn L. visited his doctor before he went to Tribulations. We got the victim's name from the medical records of the doc who prescribed the meds. That's a reliable enough source for the court.
What should I do? Should I leave this alone or ask to hear more? Yeah, ask about the prescription bag. What sort of medicine was in the bag?
Well, actually, the bag we found was empty.
Huh?
Yeah, completely empty.
It was a completely empty? Victim's prescription bag added to the court record. The victim got this from the doctor before going to Trey BM. The bag is empty.
Huh. You're entering an empty paper bag as evidence? Desperate, are you, trite? Now, what happened with the investigation after that, detective? When Maggie was searched, we found the lottery ticket and the bottle of poison.
But the defendant had been passed out for a while, correct? In that case, isn't it possible someone planted the evidence in Maggie's pocket?
Hey, yeah, you've nailed it, pal. It happens to me all the time. We had a department party the other day, and when I got home, I was wearing the boss's shoes.
Oh my god. What the hell goes on at those parties?
Keep up this crazy testimony, detective, and those shoes will end up down your throat. Sorry.
So trite. Someone planted the evidence in Maggie's pocket. That's a pretty bold statement. Care to back it up with some evidence? Well, I'd love to if I had any. It appears you have no evidence to support your theory, Mr. Wright. Continue with your testimony, witness. And that was it. There was nothing else missing from the crime scene. So the $500,000 lottery ticket and the bottle of poison were accounted for. Yeah. Interesting. It's true that those two items are accounted for. But wasn't there another lottery ticket that was stolen that day? Oh, yeah. The one the restaurant owner took. He won a whole dollar with it. What a lucky guy, huh? And they're just going to let him get away with it?
It was just $1, detective.
I guess no one cares when it's that little. Except for Gumshoe. If I don't find a hole in this testimony, the judge is going to hand down his verdict. Gumshoe isn't giving us anything to work with. And we can't find any contradictions if he doesn't give us something. Yeah, that's true. But Maggie and Gumshoe weren't like Dumb and Dumber. My only hope is that they were so dumb they missed something obvious. Come on, Gumshoe, be the dumbest you've ever been! Alright. Maybe I should ask about the health insurance. Ah, okay, so we're not going to get any further information from that. Should I ask about this again? I think I'm onto something here. Alright, let's have a look at our evidence. Magazine clipping. An article from December 5th says I was trounced and my client was found guilty. Sports paper, left by the victim, due to his victim's handwriting. I mean, we got the $500,000 explained. What's the connection to $100 with MC Bomber? And why is there a picture of Master Mask down the bottom? Job listings. Training and lunch bill. Costs $20 per hour. Bad it tastes. Pets are funny. Alright. So, we know that the chef was standing in the doorway here. Doesn't say where the other customer was, the old man. Doesn't look like the tablecloths are long enough for the real killer to have hidden under the table. Coffee contained potassium cyanide covered in the victim and Maggie's fingerprints. Take about $9. not sure I really see anything here I can work with. Okay, here's a theory. The bottle that we found and passed on to Gumshoe yesterday, what if it wasn't poison? What if it was chlorophyll? And Maggie didn't pass out from shock, she instead passed out because she was dosed with chlorophyll. Is it possible that the chef and the imposter Phoenix were doing this together? But that still doesn't explain how the old man didn't see the other dude. I'm not sure. What do you think, chat? What do you think I'm missing here? Because I don't really see anything I can use against him. Any suggestions in chat? It says it only has a small pocket. But the lottery ticket and the cyanide would not take up a whole lot of room, so I don't think it's that. Maybe I should press them again on each of these, see if there's something that I've missed. Yeah. So just from the time that that the murder was reported, that was 2:25. The officers got to the scene at 2:40, and then it took another 10 minutes to rouse her. So, not even taking into consideration how long it took the old man to find a payphone, she was unconscious for 25 minutes. I don't think that's shock. She would have been able to be revived pretty quickly from that. I think it was chloroform. Alright. I've got sort of an idea. I'm gonna see if maybe this doodle could have been used to identify. Except the officers didn't find it, did they? It's the only thing I can think of. Honestly, it's a very long shot. I don't think it's going to be what I'm actually looking for here. But it's the only thing I can think of. No, music didn't stop, so yeah. This evidence clearly reveals a contradiction in that statement, Your Honor. How exactly are the evidence and the statement just now related? They aren't, are they? Not at all. Mr. Wright, please think the facts over before making accusations. I don't think that won me any points with the judge. Alright, I think I'm gonna have to look up a guide here. Because I got nothing. Clearly missed something here. It's probably something extremely simple and oh, yeah, okay. Fair point. He says there was nothing missing from the crime scene. But, what about the medication? And that's a little abstract, but yeah, I guess that it makes sense. Detective Gumshoe, I think I should point something out to you. There is just one small contradiction in your testimony. Oh, finally! I'm getting all anxious just waiting, so hurry up, will you? You testified that nothing else was missing from the crime scene. However, the prescription bag you mentioned was empty. Did the officers recover the medicine from the scene of the crime later? No, they didn't. The victim was given a prescription right before going to Tribulations. Where then did the medicine disappear to? You are too cool, pal. Indeed. Due consideration wasn't given to the victim's prescription in the previous trial. Witness, why do you always overlook such vital pieces of evidence? I guess that's the most careless thing I've done so far, huh? The victim was killed by poison, and the victim's medicine mysteriously disappeared. The victim's own prescription could have been the lethal poison itself. Order! Order! Well, Mr. Godot, what do you have to say to that? Huh, that's all. What? read for the court the name of the clinic on the prescription bag, if you will. Oh no. I bet I know what the clinic is. What's the clinic's name got to do with anything? New Ear Otolaryngological Clinic. Otolaryngological? Oh, I thought it was going to be the weirdo clinic from the previous game. The guy with the purple hair. Just what kind of illness was the victim suffering from, Mr. Godot? Cup 5. Hardly an illness, Your Honor. More like a bitter war wound, you could say. A war wound? The day before the incident, Mr. Elg found himself in a fight. He took a blow to the side of the head and ruptured his eardrum. Ruptured his eardrum? Then what on earth was the prescription he was given? It was a cream that was to be applied topically inside his ear canal, not to be ingested. What? It's mentioned in the autopsy report if you read the fine print. Well, yeah, but no one gave me the fine print to look at, did they? They found traces of the medication in the victim's left ear. Yes, here it is, in very, very fine print. Excuse me. It seems Mr. Elg correctly applied some of his medication while he was at Tribulations. Therefore, it would be absurd to believe that he would have eaten his medication. It seems that this medication is irrelevant to the case after all. No. Nick. If you don't think of something quick, it'll all be over. She's right. But I can't get away with any old weak injection. What should I do? I think it's still suspicious that the medication was missing. Only moments ago, Mr. Godot made the following statement. It seems Mr. Elg correctly applied some of his medication while he was at Tribulations. If that's the case, then why was the medication not found at the scene of the crime? But the medication in question was for topical use inside the ear canal. That doesn't change the fact that it could not be found at the crime scene. However insignificant it may seem, it's a lawyer's duty to pursue the truth. Objection. You know as well as I do that the medication is irrelevant. It hardly seems likely that a prescription drug would contain potassium cyanide. Objection. It hardly seems likely that the coffee the waitress served would contain it either. But it did. The possibility is undeniable. That's enough. Mr. Godot, is the detective the only witness the prosecution wishes to call? Mr. Godot? I've got my own witness I'd like to call, sir. It's the old man who was there in the restaurant on the day of the murder. Victor Kudo? The pigeon hater? Very well. The matter of the disappearing medication seems little more than trivial at best. However, it wasn't explored at all in the previous trial, and that is something that bothers me. Yay, good job, Nick. The court will adjourn for a 10-minute recess, after which we will hear the prosecution's next witness. Ha. I suppose this means I'll just have to finish you off in my last 6 cups. 6 cups. He's only had 5 so far. Isn't the magic number 17 for him? Court is adjourned for recess. January 7th. There we go. January 7th, 11:03 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. Phew, that was close. Tell me about it. I nearly died in there. That's my line, sir. No, it's my line. I think I really did die a little bit. Sounds like we all nearly died in there. I can't believe Detective Gumshoe. How could he betray us like that? Huh? He said he'd help me, but he totally set me up. I don't think he meant to do that, Maggie. He was backed into a corner. I mean, the guy's got to do his job, right? It's okay. I know all about lies and betrayal. I've had them my whole life. But it really hurt this time. It felt like someone punched me hard in the stomach. I hate that guy. I don't ever want to see him again. Poor Gumshoe. So the next witness is going to be that old guy from the park, right? Yeah, Mr. Kudo, lover of waitress outfits and projectile scenes. I bet he's going to be really stubborn. I mean, he's pretty set in his ways, you know? Yeah, he's a big old grouch. Are you going to be able to handle him, Nick? Yeah, I can take whatever he throws at me, even those never-ending bird seeds. $11:15 a.m. Courtroom number 4. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Maggie Bird. Mr. Godot, your next witness, please. The prosecution calls a lucky old timer who caught the show over a cup of coffee. Will the witness please take the stand? Name and occupation, if you don't mind.
The name is Victor Kudo, born and bred in the land of the rising sun. Honor and duty are what make me. Mind you, I can be quite emotional at times, too.
We don't need to hear about that, Mr. Kudo. Just tell the court your occupation.
My occupation? Ah, listen, young'un. How much call do you think is there for kimono embroidery here?
Kimono embroidery?
That's what I do. Or did back in Japan. I embroidered family crests on kimonos. My ancestors were embroidering kimonos before this country even existed.
Wow, a real craftsman. They're a dying breed. Hey, maybe he can embroider my costume sometime.
Anyway, like I said, there's not much demand for that kind of thing here. So I had to take a job working the cash register at a burger joint, pretending to smile.
That burger joint would have been better off putting him in the kitchen.
Now then, witness, were you in the restaurant at the time of the incident?
Oh yes, I was eating some seeds over a cup of Javachino.
Seeds? What do you think these are, I see. So you saw everything that happened, Gramps?
Did I? Oh yes. Yes, I did. I saw it all.
Then please tell the court. We're all ears.
Sure, I'll tell you. I'll tell you every last detail.
Really getting into this.
What I witnessed. The young man was reading the sports paper. The serving girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. The man took one sip of it, looked like he was in terrible pain, and then collapsed. That's the serving girl right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well.
This voice is really hot on my throat. Maybe I should try something else.
Mr. Kudo, she is not a serving girl. Please refer to her as a waitress.
You're as bad as the rest of them. All these newfangled words. What's wrong with old-fashioned ones?
Newfangled?
All this talk of radios and glasses, it's wireless and spectacles, I tell you.
Excuse me.
Listen to me, everyone.
Don't forget the old values. Don't let the good old days
Slip away.
Well, I think it's time to begin the cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
The young man was reading the sports paper.
So you saw the victim then? You saw Mr. Glenn Elk?
I wanted to know if Guts and Braun retained his championship or not.
So he was looking at the sports paper the victim was reading, huh? And at the location in question? There are partitions between tables on the same side of the restaurant, right?
So what if there are?
If you say that you could see the victim, that means you were sitting at the table on the other side of the restaurant, correct?
Cuh. I go to that place to drink Javachino. I don't go to sit. I don't remember which table I was sitting at.
I mean, you go there to hide a waitress.
The serving girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it.
Mr. Kudo, that is a very grave accusation. Are you sure about what you saw?
Victor Kudo never makes mistakes. I dot every T and cross every I.
I see.
My eyesight's fine. The doctor said I only need spectacles for reading and driving.
Bet his eyes are only really fine when he's scoping out a waitress.
And I saw what the serving girl put into the Javachino as well.
I don't know what's coming up. Something tells me I'm not gonna like it. Go on then. Your Honor, we need more clarification on what was put into the victim's coffee. I'd like to ask that the witness add what he knows about this to his testimony.
I agree.
Witness, will you enlighten us, please?
Sure. There's no question about it. She's very conspicuously put some white powder in there.
Did she really put that into the coffee?
You doubt me, boy? She took out a small brown bottle and sprinkled it in.
Well, that doesn't sound good. Couldn't she have been adding sugar?
Sugar in a small brown bottle like that?
Like that? Witness, could you please describe the bottle in more concrete terms? A bottle like this, perhaps?
Oh, there it is. That's the one.
That's the bottle of potassium cyanide, I presume. So what did the accused put into the coffee? I think it's clear, don't you?
The man took one sip of it, looked like he was in terrible pain, and then collapsed.
He took just one sip?
You young'uns, you waste everything.
See, that's what I said before. Godot said, yes, he drank the coffee like this. Everyone else said he drank it in only took one sip and then died.
Those Javachinos cost $8. In the good old days, we would have drank every last drop, eaten the cup, and then died.
Congratulations, you have earned the title of battiest man to grace a quarter. So it was an immediate death. Well, with potassium cyanide, I suppose that is possible.
Oh yes, he slumped over without so much as a twitch. I felt the Javachino I just drank turned sour in my stomach.
Oh yes, I know that feeling. And the waitress? I presume she is?
That's a serving girl right there in the Finn's chair. I remember her well.
You said I remember her well in reference to the waitress. Did she have any particular features that you can identify her by?
Particular features? It's a disgrace, that's what it is.
Sorry?
You can see all the way up to her, you know, she's practically naked in that uniform.
So the particular feature you recognize about the waitress is her outfit. But anyone could wear just such a uniform, even me. Mr. Wright, please spare the court of any further mental anguish from that image. Harsh. Don't get all excited, Nick. You gotta keep yourself together. I guess I got a bit carried away.
Kuh, there are other things I recognize about her, too.
Seems pretty sure of himself. What should I do? Sure, you saw a waitress take the coffee over to the victim. But what matters is whether that waitress was Maggie Bird or not. Quite right. Mr. Kudo, these are the features that you recognize about the defendant. I would ask you to add them to your testimony.
Sure. There was a ribbon in her hair, and her apron straps were loose.
We can't really see the apron straps from this profile photo, can we? You do seem to remember several details about her appearance, but what about the most crucial detail of all? Her face.
As if I wouldn't remember that.
The witness noticed the straps on the accused apron. He's unlikely to make a mistake about her face.
That's right. I can even tell you the color of the ribbon in her hair. It was red.
So you see, there's nothing wrong with the witness's eyesight.
There's no doubt he remembers the waitress pretty well. What should I do? I get the feeling there's something more to this somehow. Sure, why not? The identifying features you described are all things you would see from the back.
So what?
Is it possible that you never saw the waitress from the front at all?
Huh.
He's got you there, Gramps.
People normally talk about facial features when they're asked to describe someone. But this witness's testimony is nothing but straps and ribbons.
This is harassment. I tell you I'm not obsessed with straps or ribbons. I just tell you what I saw.
Mr. Kudo, the court requests that you add details about any identifying features. Features you observed from the front, that is, to your testimony.
Sure.
This old man's testimony is getting longer and longer. If I can't find a hole in it soon, it'll get even longer, I bet.
There wasn't anything that caught my interest about her when I saw her from the front.
Okay, so he likes looking at the waitresses from behind. Got it. You didn't find anything to be distinct, but you did clearly see the witness's face, yes?
No question about it. I didn't come this far to back down now. Victor Kudo never backs down.
That's not the answer I was looking for, but okay. This has turned into a matter of pride for old CD now, I guess. I wonder if he really did see Maggie's face or not. Like I thought, we need some concrete proof of this. Proof that the old guy didn't see the waitress clearly from the front. Do you think old CD really saw Maggie do it? Well, he probably had his eye on the waitress the whole time. That's why he was there. I think I see where this is going. We're gonna have to get him to describe the waitress's apron, aren't we? But he was there for the cute outfits, right? Not the waitress. I guess. She makes a good point, though. Hey, did I just say something clever? I wonder if the waitress Mr. Kudo saw really was Maggie. That's what we have to figure out, Nick.
Young man was reading the sports paper.
So you saw the victim then? You saw Mr. Glenelg?
I want to know...
Oh, we've already been through this, haven't we? There is one other thing that I find suspicious, and that when Maggie passed out, she was in the kitchen. She wasn't actually in the restaurant proper. If this guy had died from his first sip of coffee, you wouldn't... I suppose it depends on whether he sat there for a little while before he took a sip out of it, but... Okay... Alright, well let's try the apron here. Mr. Kudo, I would like you to please take a look at this.
Gah, that filthy thing would suit filth like you just perfectly. Actually, it reminds me of what my grandson looks like just after he's done eating.
Have you ever seen this before?
Of course I haven't. Do you think I'd forget something as dirty as that? Well, you half-witted clot.
Thank you, sir.
What? What is it? Ever since I said you half-witted clot, there's been an eerie silence in here.
Mr. Kudo, this apron, is the apron worn by the defendant on the day of the poisoning.
Huh?
And as you just said yourself, you wouldn't forget something like this. Which means if you had really seen this apron before... Yes, you know what I'm getting at. You couldn't have possibly seen the waitress from the front.
Oops.
Witness! You can't just oops your way out of this!
Well, well. Looks like we finally have a genuine trial on our hands. Cup number 7. Listen, Trite, here are the facts. On the day of the incident, there was only one waitress in the restaurant.
That being the defendant, Miss Maggie Bird.
Exactly. And when that one waitress put the poison into the coffee cup, this old guy was watching.
I hope you understand the gravity of the situation, Mr. Kudo. The fate of the defendant may rest on what you say you remember seeing.
I'm beginning to wonder if the phony Phoenix is like is someone who impersonates lots of people. Like maybe he seemed to be impersonating Phoenix when he was at the table because he had the same spiky haircut. But could he then impersonate Maggie as well? But if he was the one who poisoned him, he then planted the poison and the winning lottery ticket on Maggie to frame her. Which means that his motive was not to kill him for the money. That's interesting.
Just tell the court exactly what you saw, Gramps.
You can rely on me, Captain. My noggin is in perfect working order. I can't remember a single occasion when I forgot what burger a customer wanted.
You can't remember? Probably more like he's messed up so many times he's blocking it out.
Very well, let's test just how good your memory and attention to detail is, Mr. Kudo. Tell us what you remember about the victim.
He was another one of those pesky young types, wearing a broken pair of spectacles. He had a newspaper in his right hand, and the noisy brat kept rustling its pages. The young man was listening to the wireless, I remember that well. Then the serving girl in question brought over the Javachino. The little fidget picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip.
The testimony we have just heard was to test how credible the witness's memory is. It seems to me that he remembers the victim in a great deal of detail.
Oh yes, I hate those you-know-what types who are so vague about everything.
How are we gonna handle this, Nick? We only need to do one thing. We just need to prove that this old man's memory is shot. Just trip him up, you mean? Isn't that kind of cruel? I suppose, but it's what I do best. I mean, I don't really have much sympathy for this guy.
He was another of those pesky young types, wearing a broken pair of spectacles.
Spectacles?
Dark glasses to you. One of the lenses was green, but the other was broken. Newfangled rubbish. That's why I remember him so well.
He did have some kind of lens over his left eye. But I wouldn't have called it a pair of glasses.
He seems to have been wearing some rather modern-looking shades. Perhaps I should take to wearing some and rival Mr. Godot's sharp appearance.
That'd be fun, actually. We better come up with something sharp and quick. I guess I'll wait and see if I should challenge him about the spectacles.
He had a newspaper in his right hand, and the noisy brat kept rustling its pages.
The newspaper was a sports paper, was it?
That young hooligan, I nearly asked him, can't you even read without fidgeting? How was I supposed to be able to read the back page with all that rustling going on? I need to find out if Goodson Braun retained his championship title.
It was his paper, not yours. If you want to know so bad, why didn't you buy your own?
What are you looking at me like that for, How dare you, Judge?
Ow! Ow! Goodson Braun got beaten yesterday, by the way. Anyway, yeah, you mentioned that.
The young man was listening to the wireless. I remember that well.
The wireless?
The decadent young rascal. In my day, it was one or the other. Read the paper or listen to the wireless.
Oh boy.
And using an earpiece. It's selfish, that's what it is. I was straining my ears, but I couldn't catch any of it.
Is he that desperate to listen to the radio?
What are you looking at me like that for, How dare you feel sorry for me?
Ow! Ow!
Then the serving girl in question brought over the Javachino.
You mean the waitress, who you only saw from behind, right?
You're one of those, are you? You never let anything go, isn't that right?
Maybe.
What does it matter if I saw her from the front or from behind? My eyes don't lie.
I better not push it until I got some hard evidence.
The little fidget picked up at the cup with his free hand and took a sip.
His free hand.
Yes.
Which hand was that?
Weren't you listening before, cloth ears? I said he was rustling the newspaper with his right hand, didn't I? If his free hand wasn't his right hand, then which hand was it, you moron?
Ow! Ow! Ha! Perhaps the great Mr. Trite has 3 hands. Yeesh, I was only asking. No need to gang up on me and treat me like a freak. The whole point of this cross-examination is to establish just one thing. That this old guy's memory has more holes than a slice of Swiss. I guess we just need to find a contradiction in his testimony somewhere, huh? Anything will do, even the smallest detail. We just need one mistake and he's ours. Alright, I feel like I was being hinted at I need to get some more information before pressing on some of these other statements, so let's go over these again. He did say it was his right hand. Okay. Alright. Let's have a look at my evidence. What have I got here? This is interesting. I don't see the newspaper in his hands at all. Those look like just lottery tickets. I'm not sure if this is what I'm actually supposed to present, but it's the best I got at the moment, so... Alright, let's give it a try. not good. The music still didn't stop. Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence.
It does. I don't see anything contradictory.
Huh? Really?
Objection denied. Try to think before you make accusations, Mr. Wright.
Whoops, that didn't go so well. Raises a question, though. How the newspaper he was reading ended up in the magazine rack. Oh, wrong one. Alright, I think I need some help with this one too. Present the coffee cup on the fifth statement. What could I have missed about that? I do not see anything contradictory here. But sure. Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence.
It does. I don't see anything contradictory.
Thanks, guide. Thanks a lot. Oh. Wrong one. Okay. Right. Alright. Try again. Mr. Kudo, do you remember what you were told at the start of this testimony? That this was a way of testing the credibility of your memory?
I know. There's nothing wrong with my memory, I tell you. Nothing. If I got anything wrong, I'll eat these seeds and sing the pigeon song.
Care to tell us where this is going, Trite? According to Mr. Kudo, the victim was holding the paper in his right hand, while drinking coffee with his free hand, which would make that his left.
Huh, what is this, kindergarten?
But I would like the court to please take a look at this.
That's the cup the victim used, correct?
Yes, and on the rim you will notice the mark left by the victim's lips.
Yes, there is a stain left by the coffee.
If you consider where that stain is, you'll clearly see... You're right, the coffee cup should have been in his right hand. But the victim was holding the cup in his right hand.
But how?
Well, Mr. Kudo, the court is waiting for your epic performance. You said you'd eat those seeds and sing the pigeon song.
Mr. Kudo, I'm afraid this is simply not acceptable. I think the witness had better go back to the park where he came from.
Wait! If you think I'm going to stand here and listen to you tell me I'm mad, you're wrong! I don't care about that dirty coffee cup. I know what I saw.
You still insist on your testimony?
That young Bright was holding the cup in his left hand. Oh yes, no question. I'm a good law-abiding citizen, I am. that dead young hot butt and you, spiky-haired yahoo, who are at fault.
Who? Me?
Thank you, old man. We've heard quite enough from you already. Don't call me old man, old man. Been around for 68 years I have. You can't ignore me. Listen to what I've got to say. I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but... Sure, why not hear a little more? But, Mr. Godot? But this is my 16th cup.
Really? I've only counted 7. No, not even that. I've only counted 6 cups go into his hand.
So this is your final stand.
Thank you, Captain. You can rely on Victor.
Left hand or right hand?
The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his spectacles. He kept fiddling with it all the time. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup too. And then he used the same hand to pick up the cup, his left hand.
We know that the victim was wearing an unusual monocle over his left eye. It wasn't a monocle, Your Honor. It was a small computer monitor often used by programmers.
A monitor? You mean like a television screen?
The inside of the lens is a screen that displays computer data. It's called an HMD. It's a common tool in the victim's line of work.
HD TV, DVD, CD, all these newfangled letters drive me mad, but they don't matter. I know what I saw, and I'm telling the truth.
It's true, he doesn't seem to be lying.
Those are the facts, in good old black and white.
Boy's wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. So the victim was wearing an HMD.
HD TV, CD, TVD, what does it matter?
It was none of them actually, but anyway. And you're sure that he was wearing the earpiece on the same side?
No question. I could only see that side of his head from where I was sitting.
Yeah, that's pretty obvious if you look at the floor plans. From the opposite table, he'd only have a view of the side of the victim's head.
He kept fiddling with it all the time. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup, too. And then he used the same hand to pick up the cup, his left hand.
Well, Nick, what do you think? I think the guy's telling the truth. But even so, something's not quite right. And chuck evidence at him until he breaks. But if he's not lying, there wouldn't be any contradictions in his testimony, right? It seems you kept an eye on Mr. Glenelg.
He was getting on my nerves, rustling that newspaper and fiddling with his earpiece all the time. And then he went and made all that fuss dying for one sip of Javachino. I want to say to him, calm down, you young brat. Just looking at him made me suddenly speed up my seed eating. I could have choked.
So I take it the victim was a walking ball of nervous energy.
He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup, too.
The earpiece you mentioned, which hand did the victim touch it with?
You're one of those people, aren't you? You're the type that uses your left hand to get things out of your right pocket. Or fastens your left cuff with your right hand.
How else would you fasten your left cuff?
And when the tour guide says, on your right side, you'll see the famous blah blah, you're the only one who deliberately looks left. Well, aren't you?
No, I didn't mean...
Obviously, he used the hand on the same side of his body that the earpiece was in.
Ow! 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 So if he had the HMD in his left side, then it was his left hand, I guess.
And then he used the same hand to pick up the cup. His left hand.
You seem very sure of yourself, Mr. Kudo.
That's because I know what I saw, no matter what tricks you tried to play on me.
It's like you really did see the guy picking up the cup with his left hand. It's is a dead end. Well, Nick, what do you think? Left eardrum was ruptured. So if he... Right. So he got in a fight. His eardrum was ruptured. And then he was still listening to the radio out of that same ear? That doesn't sound right. Maybe you saw him applying his medicine? Alright, I'm starting to run out of points here, so I think I better start doing some saves. Because I'm not 100% sure on this. Alright, let's give this a try. I think I got it. I'm not sure what the relevance is of this. I'm not sure what the relevance of this is, but... Mr. Kudo, there is something very strange about your observations of the victim.
What?
You say he was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the HMD.
No question. You can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, without a doubt. I could only see that side of his head from where I was sitting.
I don't think so.
What did you say?
You're no doubt unaware of this fact, Mr. Kudo. But the victim couldn't hear with his left ear. His eardrum was ruptured.
Huh?
Traces of medication for his condition were found in his ear canal. That's right, it's impossible that the victim was wearing his earpiece in his left ear, because he couldn't even hear in that ear.
Is that true, Captain?
It is.
Pigeon! Pretty pigeon!
Order! 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 This witness's testimony is completely unreliable. He only saw the waitress from behind, and he claims the victim was wearing an earpiece when we know his eardrum was ruptured. Well, Mr. Godot? I'm assuming he saw the dude putting his medicine in his ear. A single drop of milk is all it takes to destroy the pure black magic in the cup. This old man is my drop of milk.
Captain, are you calling me a drip?
This is the victim's coffee cup in which the potassium cyanide was found. The mark on the rim clearly shows that the victim picked it up with his right hand.
I'll never back down. I know I'm right. The lad drank his Javachino with his left hand.
Let me put you out of your misery. Clearly the victim used both hands. He took a sip with the cup, held in his right hand, and then switched to his left. That's what the old man saw. Impossible. The witness has already testified on numerous occasions that the victim died immediately after taking just one sip of the coffee. Which hand the victim used to pick up his cup is irrelevant, Your Honor. That's his final cup. The fact still stands. With one hand or the other, Mr. Elk drank the poisoned coffee. Like this. Sadly, Mr. Godot, that doesn't wash. The point of this testimony was to establish whether the witness's memory is credible. And the results are clear. The testimony given by this witness is useless. Blah.
I believe it is time to conclude today's proceedings. I am satisfied that the witness is not deceiving the court. But to be frank, his testimony is a farce. Did you have to be so frank? Take that, you pompous old fogey! I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, you can't reach me from there. I'm ordering the defense and the prosecution to investigate this case further. That is all for now. This court is adjourned. Hold it! Wait! If we stop now, where does that leave me? Leave you, Mr. Kudo? Thanks to that blue-suited young upstart over there. I'm just a bumbling old man who can't even dot his T's or cross his I's now. No, I'm still gonna leave that alone. How is your bad memory my fault? I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but there's nothing I can do. I've kept my mouth shut until now, but there's something else the court should know. What? There's more? To be perfectly honest, it might not be anything. But I want another chance. I want another crack at you, you young shark. Me? Don't get me like I'm sort of Eagle Shogun. Well, everyone, what do you say to one final showdown? The final chapter in this eccentric old man's scrapbook. Sorry, Gramps. I've already had my 17th cup of coffee. What have you got to lose, Captain? I'll give you all the Javachino you want if you come to my house after the trial. I may be 68 years old, but Victor Kudo is still a man! That's enough, witness. I believe it will be quicker for the court to just hear your testimony. You bet. Much, much quicker.
I can't believe this is happening.
You better get ready, youngster.
I get the picture. Just quit throwing those seeds at me, would you? He's gotta be using some sort of infinite ammo code with that box of seeds. The final showdown. First of all, I want to stress that this might be nothing. I'm not too sure of it myself. The young boy slumped over the table as soon as he took one sip of his Javachino. Well, the clumsy idiot upset the vase. He knocked it right over. Yeah. There wasn't a vase on the table. It broke, and the strip of cloth covering the table got completely soaked. Well, how about that? Turn things upside down, I don't know about turning things upside down. Is that all? Yes, that's all. I remember it perfectly. Hey, you doubting me again? You're doubting a poor defenseless old man? No, we are not doubting you, Mr. Kudo. Don't you get the feeling there's a question hanging on everyone's lips, Nick? Yeah, so what? Probably. That's all I can think of, and I have to cross-examine this guy. You're a bird brain, that's why that's all you can think of. Very well, Mr. Wright, your final cross-examination, please. First of all, I want to stress that this might be nothing. I'm not too sure of myself. The court generally prefers if witnesses assure themselves, Mr. Kudo. Noisy brat! I'm warning you, I'm more savage than a macho man right now. You both beat me with this testimony. This is the final battle. Ow, ow! He's chucking those seeds harder than ever. I better be careful. Come on, Nick, nail him. The young boy slumped over the table as soon as he took one sip of his Javachino. The court has already heard that testimony, Mr. Kudo. I know that. I was just setting the mood. How else am I supposed to build up the suspense? Suspense? Yes. Now what do you think? Should I work the audience a bit more? No, please continue, Mr. Kudo, as quickly as possible. Alright, now where was I? Ah, yes. The young boy slumped over the table and... well, the clumsy idiot upset the vase. He knocked it right over. A vase, you say? Yes, there were vases on all the tables in that place. They're accidents waiting to happen. They're practically begging to be knocked over. Well, he's right about there being vases. I do remember seeing them too. There was a vase on the table where I ate lunch there. And there's one on the murder victim's table. Interesting. And you saw the moment when the victim actually knocked over the vase.
Well, it's hard to say. It's a bit unclear. How do you really define?
Okay, I get it.
I heard it break, and the sight of it is burned into my memory as clear as day. It broke, and the strip of cloth covering the table got completely soaked.
So, a tablecloth? Soaked in water, you mean?
Yes, it splashed me on the knee as well.
You said you were sitting at a table across the room from the victim, correct? And yet the water still managed to splash onto you?
It was cold. I clearly remember it splashing me.
Could the water really make it all the way across to the other side of the room?
Well, how about that? Turn things upside down, hmm?
You mean the vase on the victim's table falling upside down and breaking?
The vase turned upside down, and my testimonies turned this case upside down. It's a joke. I just wanted everyone to hear it. What do you think, Captain?
I'm impressed by your ability to waste time. You know, it hasn't raised any objections for a while now.
So, you young show-off, with that scrap of information, I'm throwing down the gauntlet. If I lose this one, I'll take it like a man and admit defeat.
It's really giving you the evil eye, Maya. It's you he's looking at, Nick, not me. It's like he's saying, I triple dog dare you to find a contradiction, young'un. I guess I'll just have to rise to the challenge then. Alright. Alright, let's see. Vaz is still there. Mr. Kudo, this is a photograph of the crime scene.
So what?
Look carefully at the table. The vase is there, intact.
Huh?
Lost your tongue, Granddad?
I'm no granddad of yours, Hopscotch.
Ow, ow!
Enough.
If you throw any more seeds in this courtroom, the cleaners will be here all night.
Oh,
What is it now?
I just remembered something.
Yes, go on.
The broken vase. It was on my table.
What?
Well, you see, it startled me when that young lad collapsed. So I stood up. That must have been when it fell over. The vase on my table, I mean.
The vase on your table?
Yes, it was on my table. And that's how my groin came to be completely soaked.
Oh my god. He's enjoying this.
Thank you, Mr. Kudo. You certainly earned your kudos for today. Boo.
I'd like to ask a question now. Have I been any use at all?
Perhaps that's something you should reflect on yourself, Mr. Kudo.
Wait a minute. If that's the case, there's more. I've got more to say. Oh, yes, I remember something else.
Bailiff, escort the witness out of the courtroom.
Wait, listen to me.
Thank God.
Well, we seem to have been considerably sidetracked, and I am still not in a position to deliver a verdict. The defendant has not been positively identified as the waitress in question. Additionally, there are two disparities in the testimony we have heard thus far.
The mark on the coffee cup that the victim supposedly drank from with his left hand. And the earpiece, which was inserted into his left ear, out of which he couldn't hear. Wow, Nick, you did it!
I therefore require both the defense and the prosecution to further investigate these facts.
Yes, Your Honor.
There is one more thing before I call today's session to an end.
One more thing, Your Honor?
The witness we just heard from. He is most insistent that his testimony should be of use. So he summarized it accordingly into this statement.
Okay.
You may each have a copy of it if you wish. Whatever. The prosecution doesn't need props like that.
Kiddo's really mad, huh?
Yeah, I would be too. Very well. Here you are then, Mr. Wright. There are 3 copies. My own, yours, and Mr. Godot's.
Yes, Your Honor. Victor's testimony added to the court record.
When the incident occurred, I broke the vase at my seat. I'm sorry.
Is that another haiku? Well, yeah. When the incident occurred, I broke the vase at my seat. I'm sorry. It's not a very good haiku, but it fits, I guess. I'm sorry? Isn't that a piece of testimony? More like a 5-year-old's apology. Dom says, well, yeah. What the heck are we supposed to do with 3 copies?
That is all. This court is adjourned.
To be continued. Alright. Well, that's definitely where I'm going to wrap things up for today. Yes, we will save. Good. Alright. So, yeah, some interesting questions raised. Why would this guy have a radio in his ear if he couldn't hear out of it? But on the other hand, based on where the guy was seating, he wouldn't have been able to see the other side of the guy's head, would he? So that is a very interesting question. But Maggie did mention that she saw him with an earpiece as well. So, yeah. Alright. So I'm planning to continue this on Sunday, my usual time of 1 p.m. Mountain Time. I don't think we have any plans this weekend, but if I'm not able to stream for any reason, I'll let you guys know in my usual social channels. And you can find those down below. There is my YouTube, where I archive all my streams, and I have an Ace Attorney playlist for all the previous VODs. And this one will be added to that today. I have my Blue Sky, which is my regular social channel. I'm currently doing a Professor Oak challenge for Pokemon Ultra Moon, and I'm doing not always daily progress there, but pretty regularly. So you can keep track of that there. And you can also find down below my Tumblr, where I am doing a series of where I have done a series of articles regarding the Sonic the Hedgehog comics that Archie Comics made, and how they should have been a syndicated cartoon rather than a comic book series. So yeah, feel free to check out any of those if you think they may interest you. Other than that, I hope you all have a great weekend. For those of you going to see Superman, I hope you enjoy it as much as I did. Take care of yourselves, and hopefully I'll see you back here on Sunday. Have a good one.